but thank you. Hello, everyone. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of October 21, 2025. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
One more time.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Our study session tonight is on a discussion of the Highlands water pressure. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So first of all, thank you very much for giving us a full 90-minute study session to address this issue. We've heard very clearly all council members ask us to move with urgency on this and try to find options for you to consider to mitigate the impact of the water pressure lowering in the Highlands. We've had consultants and staff working around the clock for the last month, really trying to present you with options. We know we gave you a lot of detailed information in the packet. Appreciate all of you going through that. Our hope tonight is to help clarify some of that, walk you through what we've learned, walk you through the options, and get questions. As you know, later on under the business section, there's actually a resolution that's designed to have council give us direction on next steps. The goal of that resolution is really to keep all options going forward so that you have maximum choice ahead of you in the future. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn over to Sarah Olson, who's our Deputy Director of Public Works. She's going to be the Master of Ceremonies and introduce all of our colleagues at the appropriate time. So welcome, Sarah.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of Council. We do have a big presentation for you this morning. And now my clicker's not working, Tristan. I will advance. What's going on? We have a three-part presentation for you, and after each part, we will pause for questions and discussion related to the content of each of those parts. We have a number of speakers. I am joined by a number of my colleagues. I will introduce them very quickly. We have Cody Gray from our wastewater and water so thank you, Supervisor. Deputy Chief Pat Ledoux, Fire Chief. Carly Jorger, Utility Policy and Community Relations Supervisor, Ewan Yang, Senior Project Engineer in our CIP Division, and we have two guests joining us from RH2, Michelle Campbell and Dylan Bright. And we also have a number of members not at our speaker table that are part of this project, and including two of our guests in the back here, Chris Gavigan, Deputy Director, and Rob English, CIP Division Manager. So we're going to dive right in. We want to start with the bottom line. Why are we here? We are here because the city partnered with WashDOT on the I-405 Northeast 85th Bus Rapid Transit project to relocate a water main line. When we leveraged that project, at the time we leveraged that project for some system-wide benefits, which resulted in the conversion of the pressure gradient in the Upper Highlands neighborhood. And as a result, some of the Upper Highlands residents are dissatisfied with the reduction in pressure that occurred with that conversion. So our team started working pretty right away once we started hearing from our water customers in that area and started working on solutions near and long term to increase water pressure in the Upper Highlands neighborhood with the goal to bring forward solutions that retain the benefits that were achieved through the zone conversion. Tonight, we're going to present you with 3 CIP capital improvement project alternatives, long-term solutions that would achieve the goal. It is important to note that none of the capital improvement projects are able to be achieved in advance of summer 2026 when peak demand will resume for water customers. Those projects costs range from $3.5 million to $8.7 million. And there is some available funding in the CIP that could be applied to the projects, but at least $2.6 million in new revenue or reprioritization of the CIP would be needed. Tonight, the staff recommends that the council discuss and adopt the resolution, proposed resolution R5697, which we will bring to you in the business meeting. That resolution has 5 key components. The first relates to advancing the alternatives into a capital program update, capital improvement program update that's coming to you on November 5th for approval. To contract with a water system engineering firm to peer review our alternatives analysis as we move forward with those alternatives. To adapt, expand, and expedite the existing financial assistance mitigation program for affected residents in Upper Highlands. To implement a targeted outreach and education campaign for water management strategies, particularly as we prepare for the summer 2026 peak demand season. And bring at least one, if not more, updates to the City Council on our progress and alternatives selection no later than April 2026. So as I mentioned, we in the city partnered with WashDOT on the I-405 Northeast 85th Bus Rapid Transit project. We relocated a water main and did a zone conversion, and it had the following benefits. The reason we did the zone conversion was largely driven by a need to improve fire flow in the Upper Highlands. As a result of the conversion, over 90% of the hydrants now meet our level of service standards. In addition, we also improved the supply resiliency by opening up more than one water service access to the neighborhood. We have system redundancy that was created by opening other zone control valves. So now the entire 450 zone circulates. And for that, also there's water quality improvement with the greater circulation. However, when we did the zone conversion, there was a reduction in pressures to the Upper Highlands. And while those sorry, just a moment. While the conversion was consistent with engineering analysis, the resulting community impact was greater than anticipated. These 3 impacts are the key impacts we've heard from residents, that the reduced pressure is most felt by residents at the highest elevations and during peak summer. Some households were constructed at building permit with requirements to include fire suppression sprinklers, which may not operate properly under the reduced pressures. And some households may need to install a booster pump system to achieve ideal pressures at their fixtures. So just for a quick background, Kirkland has 7 active pressure gradient zones. Those are all the different colors on the map and the map behind you. The former 510 pressure gradient zone was the isolated hydraulic island in the Upper Highlands neighborhood, which is now currently served by the 450 pressure gradient zone, which sees improved east-west connections, which also serve downstream zones and essential infrastructure in downtown. What specifically happened at the time when we did the water main replacement project or relocation, at the bottom of your screen in this image is a 24-inch pink line coming across the bottom. That was relocated with a new 24-inch line further to the north connecting at Northeast 87th. Then at the end of that line, there is a vault with a pressure reducing valve, which converts the water gradient from that pink zone to the 450 green zone, and it connects into the 450 water main system. And once that was turned on in April of 2024, all the purple Upper Highlands zone became consistent with the 450 gradient zone. In addition, the former 24-inch line has been removed. As some of you may have seen construction out on Northeast 85th, there's a giant hole under the freeway where that water main used to be, and 2 vaults and pressure reducing valves have been removed. That is essentially what happened to create the zone conversion. Ewen.
Thank you. So for this particular slide, I wanted to explain the importance to focus on the range of the pressure. I know right now all of us are focusing on the minimum pressure requirement, but it's just as important to know that managing the high-end pressure is just as critical. So here you can see that the minimum requirement of 30 psi was set forth by the WAC, Washington Administrative Code. And this has been our requirement that the city comply with. But obviously, this is not satisfactory, even though it's in compliance with the code. It's not satisfactory to the community. So the staff have decided to move forward to increase this minimum goal for increasing the minimum pressure to 40 psi as our new level of service goal. So as we can tell, that 40 to 80 usually is the ideal range for any of the utility owner try to provide, but this is not an easy goal to achieve, because anytime when you reach the 80 psi, it has the same negative effect to the appliances and plumbing system. In fact, when a property reach 80 psi, it's recommended that individual PRV is installed per this Department of Health design manual. So our goal was to manage our pressure within this perfect zone between 40 and 80. We'll try to maximize and limit that our maximum pressure at 100 psi, and we'll try to minimize anything beyond that. So this is the pressure that we're working with. Now, one thing I wanted to explain, all the number that I just described can only measure at the upstream of the meter. This is a diagram to describe the ownership, the responsibility between utility owner, which is City of Kirkland in our case, and the property owner, customers. Typically, our water main is located within our right-of-way. The service line is also within our right-of-way, where we have the access to maintain and replace if it's needed. Where the customer side of the plumbing system is not something that we have access to. So the pressure that we have control over is measured right at the upstream of the meter. Anything beyond the property line that affect the pressure, be it the size of the plumbing, the bending, and the maintenance of the plumbing system, will eventually affect how the household pressure is performed. But that's not a part that we have control over. So I just wanted to point it out that anytime when we talk about the pressure, this is the only point that we have control. Beyond that, we have no control. And I will turn this over to you, Sarah.
So just one more slide on pressures, because you're going to hear a lot about pressures. There are different times and ways pressure are measured and modeled in the system. We have peak hour demand, average daily demand, and peak daily demand or maximum daily demand. And those definitions were in your packet. On the screen, we've blown up the legend to show you that this particular map exhibit of the city's water system is just displaying those pressures across the city system existing today at peak hour demand that are in the low range of 30 to 40 psi or in the very high range of 100 or greater psi. You can see that we do have some very small pockets across the city where there are individual customers or nodes that experience low pressures. And these areas, though, we want to assure you that they all meet or exceed the requirements by the Department of Health to maintain 30 psi at the meter. And they often occur at dead ends or along the pressure gradient boundaries. So that's why they exist. Okay, we are going to transition to Deputy Fire Chief Ledoux to talk about fire flow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of council for this opportunity to speak about the fire flow through the lens of the fire department. Thought I got away for a second there. All right, so to speak on behalf of the fire department and the lens of the fire department as it relates to fire flow. So what is fire flow? So fire flow is the measure of water quantity, gallons per minute, available from hydrants at 20 pounds per square inch in residual pressure. Flow equals quantity and pressure equals force. The minimum standards are for us to have 1,000 gallons per minute for homes less than 3,600 square feet and over 1,500 gallons per minute for larger buildings. Kirkland's current water flows, the definitions, the amount of water delivered over time measured in gallons per minute. As flow increases, pressure decreases due to friction and energy loss in the pipes. Fire flow is the amount of water available for firefighting measured in gallons per minute at 20 psi residual pressure. Hydraulic node is a specific point in a water distribution system where hydraulic parameters such as pressure, flow, and elevation are defined, measured, and calculated. As you can see here, the represents the hydrants below 1,000 gallons per minute. So why does fire flow matter? So it sustains firefighting ability beyond the water carried on Kirkland's fire engines. So we currently carry 500 gallons on each of our fire engines. We would have multiple fire engines responding to a structure fire. And so it matters to us because having the quantity of water and the amount of water for us to fight the fire is very important. It also enables effective suppression and limits the spread. So having enough water and fire flow to put the fires out is very important to us. It also then becomes critical to firefighter and community safety, as not having enough water could entrap firefighters or occupants. This slide here is representative of actually a drafting operation to kind of show you that the fire engine doesn't necessarily need pressure, it needs quantity, it needs fire flow. So us drafting out of Lake Washington, we literally could sustain firefighting operations forever until we drained Lake Washington, which is not very realistic. However, the difference in a fire system with low fire flow, we're not gonna have enough water if it wasn't converted. So the Upper Highlands relied previously on a single supply line, which only had one line going in to supply the system. 69% of the hydrants had less than 1,000 gallons per minute, which is well below our standard. And it was only the largest low flow area in Kirkland identified. By having low fire flow, it increased the risk to life, property, and firefighters. That's why it's important to have the better fire flow. So this slide here represents what it was formerly. So after the conversion and the improvements, which made our hydrants more available with more than 1,000 gallons of water to draw supply from, and now currently only have 8% hydrants below 1,000 gallons per minute. So when we talk about the 3,600 square foot homes or smaller having at least 1,000 gallons per minute, we only have 8% of those homes now represented. The great thing is it also increased the number of hydrants that were over 1,000 gallons. So with us carrying 800 to 1,000 feet of supply line on our fire engines, we could actually respond. And even if we had a hydrant that may have had low flow in the 8%, there's going to be a hydrant nearby that we can tap into and draw the supply from there, giving us adequate fire flow. And obviously the benefit of the conversion was that we have 0 hydrants now under 500 gallons per minute. Therefore, it remains giving us a more reliable water supply and meets the needs for safer firefighting and better property conservation. So pre and post zone conversion, you can see here that before the conversion, we had hydrants at 500 gallons or less. We had a very, very large section between 500 and 1,000, well below the 1,000 standard, and then a few hydrants percentage-wise or proportionally that were over 1,000 gallons per minute. Post-conversion, you can see where we've actually eliminated anything below 500. We have very, very few, 8% between 500 and 1,000, and the available fire flow now in gallons per minute over 1,000 represents a much larger availability of fire flow for us to effectively fight fires. So what are the benefits of improved fire flow? Well, for firefighters, we look at sustainable supply, like drafting out of Lake Washington, having an unlimited supply of fire flow and water available to us is a good thing. Faster control, having water available to us at all times allows us to control the home fire quicker. It allows us to also preserve property as well. And obviously it creates safer operations for our firefighters within the structure fighting fires, which then becomes a gain for the residents. And so for them, they have better protection, they have reduced loss, having the stronger infrastructure by not only having one line into the city or into their neighborhood, and then obviously now with new building permits, may not require the fire suppression sprinklers because they have adequate fire flow. So another importance of fire flow is that, so earlier this year in the California Palisades fire, it highlights the importance of adequate fire flow. We deployed several Kirkland firefighters down to assist where there was insufficient flow was a contributing factor that hindered firefighting efforts. I'm not going to tell you that was the only factor. There were several key factors, but it was a contributing factor not having enough water to effectively put those home fires out. Reliable fire flow is vital to control the blaze quickly and stop it from spreading to nearby homes. So residential sprinkler systems, so there's an impact on that. And one thing to remember with residential sprinkler systems is that it's for life safety, and it controls the fire until the fire department arrives and allows residents to escape. It does not actually, and not designed to put the fire out. It's basically suppress it long enough for us to get there and control the fire, and it allows actually for people to escape their homes. So in Kirkland, we require sprinklers on any home larger than 5,000 square feet, any areas that have limited access properties. So maybe not a proper driver turnaround or an area for us to access steep inclines, things like that. And then again, low hydrant flow areas, which we require sprinklers. So currently there's more than 130 homes in the former 510 zone that have residential sprinkler systems because they met one of those criteria. Either it was over 5,000, they had limited access, or in a lot of cases, it was because of the low hydrant fire flow. So what that did is there was a consequence there. What would happen is the impact was that some of the systems were designed, the sprinkler system was designed at the pressure that was going in. So homes had a higher pressure, and they were designed to work effectively. Well, when we did the conversion, the fire flow was great for us, but now the pressure dropped. And so currently the staff is looking at and evaluating the impacts for it, but there is a possibility that a sprinkler system that is designed at 50 to 60 PSI and now they're at 30 or 40, that we can't say for sure that sprinkler is going to work as effectively as it can because the pressure that it was designed for is not working. However, the mitigation plans that the city has worked on with the bucket test and a system recalibration, if the pressure is within a certain threshold, they can do a test on it and do some calibration to make sure it's designed to work effectively. And then I think the booster pump mitigation program that the city's offering will allow you to bring your water pressure up to the designed standards of the sprinkler system. So in summary, the fire flow for us is firefighting success. If we have water, we can do our job. The 2024 upgrades to the water system was a safety milestone for the fire department. It allowed us to not have to do anything differently than what we would expect to be able to fight the fire effectively in our neighborhoods. And obviously created better infrastructure, gives the community and the neighborhood better protection. And in the end, it supports faster suppression and resilient neighborhoods. With that, I thank you for your time and pass.
Mayor, we hand it over to you for questions.
Thank you, everyone. That is part one. Council, we have 10 minutes for questions. Any questions? Councilmember Sweet?
I actually don't have a question. I just am going to say I appreciate the comprehensiveness of the report that you gave us. I didn't learn anything new in the presentation, so that's a record setter right there. And obviously we are pleased with the resultant fire flow and improvements there, but I'm more intrigued with the next steps.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree. This is a very thorough memo, so thank you for that. I have a question about the 130-plus homes in the former 510 zone that have residential sprinkler systems. Do we know how many of those would be required to have sprinkler systems today with the increased fire flow?
That's a great question, Councilmember Falcone, and this is something we still need to do some analysis on to understand. So we are looking at a couple different data sets layered together to see what the Venn diagram is. So we'll have to follow up when we know more.
Great. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the information. A lot of good details. It's really interesting to kind of learn more about how you balance water pressure versus water flow, and that there's trade-offs involved and what those are and how we deal with them. You know, one of the maps that you showed was, you showed where there were kind of pressure issues, and someone had mentioned, I forget who, that usually happens at dead ends or at the edge of pressure zones. And so it was kind of interesting to look at that map and see other areas of the city that have that. But the ones that were away from the pressure zones and the ones that were away from the dead ends were kind of the Highlands area. And that's where, so it's very different than some of those other locations throughout the city. I guess, you know, there's two things. I heard a lot about, I heard a few things about that you're trying to balance high pressure versus low pressure, that we don't want to have a lot of high pressure in different areas because that's bad too. Low pressure is bad. Trying to balance that, it's really difficult with the topography that we have. Do we know, is it harder to solve a low pressure issue or a high pressure issue on the property side, on the property owner side?
On the property owner side?
Yeah.
So as Ewan had mentioned, any property owners who receive water above 80 PSI are required to have an individual PRV installed on those service lines. And so those are relatively standard. And so those are, and those, we'll see them across this city. So I would say that individual booster station to solve a lower pressure concern is more costly and difficult to install. It's not as common.
Right. So it's kind of fair to say that higher pressure, it's maybe easier to solve on the property owner side, less invasive, less costly, less kind of ongoing maintenance. That's more kind of typical. The low pressure is something that's harder. It's more costly.
If we're talking about an individual.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's, I just want to, as someone that doesn't understand, that doesn't know anything about water.
It's a great question.
Kind of just want to understand that baseline. The second question that I had was, I guess what I'm trying to learn is, like, we know a lot more now, right, than what we did 2 years ago or 3 years ago or 4 years ago. Would we approach this any differently today, or are we, or in what I'm hearing is that we would kind of be in this very same situation, knowing what we know now?
I'll take a stab at that one. I think from a water system perspective, this was the right solution and we would have moved forward with this conversion. I think what we've learned through this and what we might have done differently with the benefit of hindsight is maybe more advanced timing and planning with customers and understanding, helping to prepare them for the pressure change and providing information about what that might mean for their properties, and also describe more fully the benefits of the conversion and why we needed to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Deputy Chief.
And I would say from the fire department's perspective is that we wouldn't have approached it differently because it gave us the adequate fire flows that we need to do our job.
You done? Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sarah, springing off of that a little bit from the learnings, and when you talked about some of the learnings, you're talking about communicating with our customers, communicating with residents. Related to that, what have we learned about the best way to communicate with our neighbors in the Highlands? I'd like to know that, I'd like to know that we've learned a few things and that we're communicating even more effectively going forward. What have we learned?
Yes, we have had some learnings here, Councilmember Black. We did do a flyer that was on each affected resident's home before we made the zone conversion. We have since gone to several Highlands Neighborhood Association meetings, leveraged the really great partnership we have with the neighborhood chair and their listserv to communicate. And we've used our website, also gone to a couple CAN meetings. As we think about this moving forward, depending on what action the council takes tonight, we have a renewed opportunity to better communicate that with our residents. And I think our team is going to take a very thorough and comprehensive approach to making sure each of those residents knows what action you all took, what assistance might be available to them, and make sure that that is very, very clear.
That sounds very reassuring. Thank you.
All right, Sarah, we're on schedule. Go ahead.
Thank you. We're going to turn over the presentation to Carly to kick us off.
Hey, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So for this section, we are going to detail some near and long-term solutions for restoring pressure in the Highlands neighborhood that still maintains the benefits that we just talked about. So first, we're going to talk through some of the near-term solutions. One of the big questions that we have heard from residents and also from the council is, what action can we take ahead of the next peak demand season coming this summer? And so we have evaluated 3 near-term solutions, and we are recommending that council move forward with 2 of these in your resolution that will be at in your business portion of the meeting. So the first option we evaluated was to convert the former 510 zone to equalize with the existing higher 545 zone. This is an even higher pressure gradient than the neighborhood would have been served by previously. And that's the zone that's highlighted in pink on the map on the right. Introducing higher pressures to a part of the system that's been depressurized comes with some very significant risk. You run the risk of increased water main breaks and having residential pressure that exceeds that 80 psi limit, which would then require the individual pressure reducing valve. So for these reasons, we did evaluate this option as a near-term solution, but we are ultimately not recommending that the council move forward with this option. The 2 we are recommending is to expand and adapt the current financial assistance program that's supporting residents in installing pressure booster pumps in their homes. And then the second is to implement a water management strategies campaign, including some things that the city can better support the neighborhood, new strategies we can support the neighborhood adopting to ease those drops in pressure during peak demand next summer. The financial assistance program that we have in place today is the fastest and the most economical option for supporting residents and boosting pressure in their homes. So the current program is set up to provide different levels of assistance based on the pressure that each home has. So the threshold we set was above 70 psi or below 70 psi. And since we announced this program in June, the city has already distributed over $50,000 in assistance to 8 residents in the neighborhood. So we have a few recommendations that are specific in your resolution to expand this program. The first is to increase the assistance threshold to make sure this program can adapt to the residents' needs, specifically for the home-based businesses. So we are aware of 2 home-based businesses in the Highlands neighborhood who may need assistance beyond the average household. So that is Angelfish Swim and Green Knight Nursery, and their approximate locations are shown here for your reference. The second, we are also recommending adding 2 new rebate options to this program. One, to support residents who may be interested in converting their sprinkler systems to drip irrigation systems, and then also financial support for addressing the fire suppression sprinkler systems, which could involve rebates for the testing and then recalibration of those systems. And then our final recommendation is to just continue finding ways to streamline the program delivery so it's most accessible to our residents. We have made a few changes over the last few months as we've been hearing from residents, so just to continue looking at ways to make it a more accessible program. We have had some questions about what is a booster pump, how does it work, and so I am going to ask my colleague Cody Gray, our water wastewater supervisor, to share a little more information with you all.
Thank you, council members and Madam Mayor. What is a booster pump and how does it work? A booster pump is a mechanical device designed to boost water pressure. Water enters the pump through the main supply line, has an impeller. When the impeller spins, it pushes the water outwards, converting motor energy into pressure energy. There's also a pressure sensor that maintains consistent pressure. So, for example, when you open a faucet, the system senses the pressure drop and speeds up the motor to maintain the target constant pressure, and vice versa whenever you close it. The pressurized water flows to fixtures. The boosted water exits the pump outlet and continues through the home's plumbing, providing steady pressure to showers, faucets, sprinklers, etc. Typical installation locations are after the water meter or PRV, in a mechanical room, garage, or outdoor utility box, protected from weather and freezing, or in a crawl space. An example analogy would be, think of an electric fan for your plumbing. The water is already moving, but the booster pump gives it a push so that it rises stronger at the fixtures when you actually need it. The life cycle of a typical pump lasts 12 to 15 years, and the booster pump is an industry-proven solution for low residential pressure. The size of a typical booster pump is the size of a small microwave that weighs approximately 50 pounds. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Cody. And we anticipate maybe some more questions on booster pumps when we get to discussion. Before we talk about the long-term solutions, there is one other recommendation staff's making in your resolution, which is to do a targeted outreach and education campaign to support the Highlands neighborhood and a few water management strategies that can further reduce those big drops in pressure that the neighborhood experiences during peak demand. So just one example of some things the city can do to better support the neighborhood next summer is designating irrigation schedules that would vary the days and times that we are drawing a high amount of water, and then that causing that related drop in pressure. And so with that, in summary of our two staff recommendations for near-term solutions, I will now turn it over to my colleague, Yuan Yang, to talk through the 3 CIP alternatives for long-term solutions.
Thank you, council
Well,
members.
see if there's questions first on water pumps or water management before we go to that.
You're messing up the schedule, city manager. All right, I think I saw Black, Sweet, and then Falcone. And John Tim Chisholm, Councilmember Behind.
Thank you. So one question about booster pumps, and then one question, or I guess a comment question about the water management strategies. So first on the booster pumps, Cody, a booster pump, if your house has 30 PSI, you install a booster pump. It's not running 24/7. It's you start the washing machine and somebody jumps in the shower, water pressure drops to a level that trips the pump, and then it begins, and it runs until the water usage in the home is no longer dropping the pressure below the 30 PSI.
You are correct, sir.
Okay. And it sounds like, so I'm used to something like an air compressor. It sounds like an air compressor in my garage, because that's quite loud, or something less than an air compressor in my garage.
It's actually very, very quiet. As I posted up there, it's reasonably quiet, but not silent.
Okay. Okay. Okay, good to understand. That's enough on that. The question on the water management strategy, so I'll just say when I first read that as a proposal, I was like, great, makes perfect logical sense. Struck me, though, that our customers, our residents, it feels a little bit like, hey, this is your problem and you're going to need to solve it. I just want to make sure, I'm okay with this as a recommendation. I'm okay with us thinking about water management strategies as an interim solution. Just want to make sure that when we're, again, back to communications, when we're communicating this to our residents of the Upper Highlands, that we're making it clear that this is not a, hey, this is your problem to solve. But these are some things that can make the experience better during this interim period?
Yeah, I would say, no, we absolutely don't see it as their problem to solve, but the system drops at about the same time every morning and every evening. And most people have it sort of on automatic pilot. So the goal here was the city could come in with its expertise to say, hey, if we shift some of this around, we can minimize the individual impact. And that's why, as Carly was saying, the whole idea here would be we would support this through education and through expanding the grant program, but and just maybe help people pick different times than they otherwise would. But it's us trying to help the system, not because of how they use it.
And is this the kind of education outreach that, frankly, our whole community would benefit from with older irrigation systems? And maybe folks all irrigating at the same time for reasons that actually don't make a ton of sense. I just wonder if we could spread this or broaden this out, because it might
As a
be
matter of fact,
beneficial to our entire
that
community.
citywide recommendation is going to be in the water system plan that you're going to see in the spring of next year as a voluntary strategy. So it's the same concept, yeah.
Okay.
Minimize the impact of the entire system if people start to pick different
I
times.
think that'd be good. It would feel a little bit less like our Highlands neighbors are being singled out. It's something that we could all probably benefit from. Thanks.
Councilor Sweet?
Thank you. Just to follow up on Councilmember Black's comments with regard to the water management strategies. This is a body of work that Cascade Water Alliance has been involved in for many, many years, and on our behalf. They are also the water provider for this area. I think it might be a really good idea to reach out to them because they have some tried and true methods of working, particularly through irrigation systems, that kind of stuff. So that would be my suggestion. Second, I have a question with regard to the water pumps. When I was looking at the videos that were included in the presentation, I couldn't help but wonder if they wouldn't require an electrical permit and any other kind of permitting. Would they require that somebody put a dedicated circuit in? Some of them I see do. Do we anticipate that we would incorporate the cost for that in our grant program?
Yes, it's a great question, and we landed on that $14,000 rebate threshold based on costs for plumbing, any plumbing work, including equipment, contractor, but also electrical work as well.
Councilor Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I also have some questions about the water pressure booster pump and the grant program associated with it. Can you walk us through a little bit about what the property owner's experience would be in seeking this type of, not only through the city, through the grant, but also just finding a contractor? I can't help but think of like our heat pump program, for example, where we help kind of handhold, residents a little bit through the process because it can be intimidating getting various bids, wanting to make sure you're not getting taken, that you're getting, bids from reputable contractors, and that you're getting, a fair price in that. And I know because, my family has gone through that process a little bit with the city, and I know others have as well. So I'm wondering, if we have that available, or if we can have that available to folks going through this water pressure booster pump grant program as well. And just kind of what is the process to find a contractor? How hard is it to find one of these pumps or to find a contractor to install it? What is the total cost, the timeline, like the installation? What kind of inconvenience is it for the homeowners to schedule this, to have to, we've probably all had at various times worked on our home. Kind of what is it like for the user experience here? I mean, I think that Councilmember Sweet kind of hit on with the electrical permit. Are there other things we're not thinking of that they'd have to kind of figure out? Like, how much are we asking of a homeowner in this? And then similarly, also a related question to that, Councilmember Black, I appreciated his comment on how the education really could benefit the entire city, or folks throughout the city. I'm wondering if there's something similar with funding for the water pressure booster pump. We saw on the map that there are some other locations throughout the city that residences could benefit from having a pump like this. Have we thought about offering this beyond the Highlands as well? So kind of a two-part question.
Maybe take the second part. At the moment, we have not been looking at doing this beyond because we felt like the reason we need to do this is the city action is what created the low pressure, and so the city should respond by doing something to address the pressure. So, but obviously, when you get to the resolution discussion later tonight, if that's something that the city council want us to explore, we could, but it's not currently in our concept or our proposal.
And to your first part, I can walk through at least how we intended the program design to work to support residents. And then there are still some things I think we can do to improvement, and that is included in your resolution for us to continue looking ways to streamline the program. The first handful of residents that reached out to the city saying, hey, my pressure has dropped so much, this isn't working. We had about 46 of those residents formally sign up to participate in the program. The city paid for individualized assessment at their home. They then received a packet with that assessment that had a recommendation. And the goal with that assessment was so that the resident could turn around and provide that to a contractor to then receive a quote. Our goal with that was recognizing it's hard to define a problem you're not fully sure of to a contractor. And so this assessment was supposed to be the starting place to then get a proper quote and estimate from any consultants that you need. For the booster pump rebate, the higher dollar amount, the $14,000, we have a pre-approval option. So the goal there was for before you hire contractors and have work done on your home, you have reasonable assurance that the city is going to provide you with the rebate. And so that pre-approval process would involve submitting the quote you receive from the contractor. We would review it, approve it, and then you have the go-ahead to move forward knowing you will receive the rebate option. That was a little in the process.
Thank you. And is the intent that the rebate or the grant program would fully cover the costs associated with it, including labor and materials?
Yes, thank you for that question. We did some preliminary estimates and came to the $14,000 number as the average for the average home. Now, one of our recommendations in your resolution is to consider expanding that threshold, recognizing some homes may need a bigger booster pump. They may have more complex electrical installation required. And so we want this program to work for the affected residents. That is the goal.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chison?
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about the waiver form that we've presented to some of our residents to sign, and that seems to be a barrier in this process. I asked for copies of the two waiver forms. One had old language and one had new language. It appears to be a unilateral contract, and it's not clear to me if there's any expiration date to this contract, or the owner of the property would need to disclose the existence of this contract in seller disclosures if they were to list the property and try to sell it. I also have questions around, I understand the logic for requiring the waiver in that we can't simply give away booster pumps to our residents because that would be a gift of public funds. I don't know if we could obviate the need for a waiver form by retaining ownership of the booster pump, saying it's a City of Kirkland booster pump, and then loaning it to our residents as a loaner, and then collecting back that booster pump after the problem was fixed. But this is a fundamental duty of our city's government, is to provide water. And we've presented these folks with a waiver form that has no expiration date. And from today until the end of time, our city, they would, have a waiver form that perhaps runs with the land and may create a barrier to selling that property. I have a lot of questions on this waiver form and whether or not it's necessary, and whether or not there's a way around it, and whether or not we can remove this barrier. Because if the only interim solution is these pumps, then I think the main barrier to getting these pumps in the hands of our residents is this waiver form. And I think a lot of the residents of the Highlands have fairly legitimate concerns about signing that waiver form and how that would impact the future of their property. So I don't need an answer today on the spot, but putting a sticker on the pump that says property of the city of Kirkland, here's your loaner. That's my question.
City manager, you want to, I see Sarah looking for a slide, but do you want to respond?
Sorry, maybe just a high-level response. I think the city staff would also like to find a way to, if the waiver pump wasn't necessary, the waiver wasn't necessary, we wouldn't require it. We have not yet found a way to not have that as the contribution that's given in terms of the benefit received for the city. But City Attorney and I, we've talked about this today. We're looking at different options. We don't think we can bring you something tonight, but we do think the resolution doesn't actually say anything about the waiver one way or the other. And so approving the resolution doesn't commit you to the waiver process. But we would need more time to explore that option of could the city own or could the city rent. But in the meantime, we have really tried to adapt the waiver based on what we have heard. And we'll continue to look hard at whether or not there's a way to not require the waiver. We haven't found one yet, but we are definitely motivated to try to do that if we can.
Okay, because if this form runs with the land, I mean, my question is, after this problem has actually been solved, there's a waiver form for that address on file with the city. That potentially needs to be disclosed during the sale of that property and creates perhaps hesitation for any buyer as to why there's these waiver forms with the city. Thank you.
We can definitely assess that.
Was there something you wanted to add, Sarah? Or should I call on Councilmember Pascal? Okay, Councilmember.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to build off that a little bit. What I was thinking, well, first off, I'd support us looking at the waiver and what other options are. I have heard from customers that is a barrier. What I was thinking about and what I've heard from some property owners is that, you know, like their fire sprinkler system is inoperable. What is unknown is if you sign the waiver and then you find out later that your system now has been damaged in some way, there's no way then to come out to address that since you've signed the waiver. So I think those are real concerns by the property owners regarding this waiver. So I'm really interested in different types of solutions and options to address that barrier.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Carly, I have a question, since we're talking about the pumps. We have installed a number of them. So what kind of feedback are we getting from residents that have pumps installed?
Yeah, it's a great question. We actually, through our assistance program, have provided assistance that is just the payment for future improvements. So I'm not sure if those residents have taken that money and installed a booster pump. We offered that option, recognizing some households may not want to do that, but maybe they want to do other improvements in their home, buying new appliances, something like that. We have had one household receive the pre-approval for the booster pump, and their quote came in at $10,000. So it came in lower than what we estimated the average price to be. I think a future option, and we have had some great discussion at some of the past Highlands neighborhood meetings, is how is the neighborhood sharing contact information of contractors that they're working with. So I think room there to explore.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to keep track of that. Thank you. All right, Sarah, back to you.
I'll queue up the slides, and we have a 30-minute presentation for you on alternatives.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm here to present the capital improvement alternatives as part of the long-term solution. While we're waiting for the slide to pull up, what I wanted to bring our attention to is back to the beginning, ask ourselves why there is a problem to solve. What is it that we try to solve? Framing the problem statement correctly is the critical step to actually find a solution. So, as Sarah introduced in the beginning of the presentation, we already know the two most important issues that we need to resolve is the pressure. And then also the second one would be, how do we resolve the pressure without compromising the improvement we have gained through the zone conversion? Well, there is a third issue that we have not addressed yet, and that should be including part of the part of the problem statement. In any event, when we reinstate the zone, pressure zone to 510, that means we're putting back the community to rely on one single pipeline, and that is on 116th Avenue Northeast. That particular pipeline was installed in 1941. In other words, as today, that pipeline is entering 84 service life. A typical pipeline is designed for 70 to 100 years lifespan. So we're looking at a very aging pipeline, and therefore, any solution we're looking at should looking at replacing this aging pipeline. Otherwise, we're exposing the community back to a risk for a catastrophic failure in the event due to the aging pipe. So this is the three problem statement we must be looking at when we develop the alternative. So with that, we have developed 7 goals for each alternative to meet, and those 7 goals were developed based on the problem statement I just mentioned. We're now looking at increasing level of service for pressure, and then also maintain all the benefit we gain, either fire flow, water quality, supply redundancy, or resiliency, and replacing the pipe as part of their goal. These are the goals that we must evaluate for each alternative we're looking at. Staff currently have preliminarily developed 3 alternatives, and I call them strategic alternatives because they each have different strategy behind this alternative. And then they will be used, looking at the outcome compared to each of those goals, evaluating them. Each of those alternatives, they are evaluated with this goal based on what is their outcome, ranging from a preferred outcome, whether it's acceptable, fair, or poor outcome, for us to have an idea of how to evaluate each alternative. Alternative 1, the idea behind Alternative 1 is to focus targeting the area that's suffering or that has the most impact on the pressure. So as we know, when we change the pressure, not all the community actually felt the impact. So Alternative 1, the idea is to just limit the improvement to the area that actually felt the pressure impact. By doing that, we're able to maintain or at least minimize the changes to the benefit that we gain from the zone pressure change. And so as a result, the outcome that we preliminarily developed shows that 3 of the 7 goals can be met by Alternative 1 with the preferred outcome, 2 with the acceptable outcome, and 1 with a fair outcome. Alternative 2 was developed with the goal in behind that we'll go ahead and reinstate the 510 zone as its previous footprint, but not just going back to the formal 510, but we wanted to make additional improvement to ensure that we can maintain the benefit and then still meeting the pressure goal. So as a result, we can see that with this particular alternative, 2 have a preferred outcome, 1 with an acceptable outcome. However, 3 was only at the fair outcome. Alternative 3 has a completely different strategy. It is a strategy where the focus is to reinstate the pressure as soon as possible. So there's not an intention to put in additional or extensive improvement to maintain the long-term goal because there's no time. The focus is to reinstate the pressure as quick as possible. And as you can see, the outcome of that alternative shows that most of 4 out of the 7, they only have fair outcome, where 2 was actually showing poor outcome. You will be seeing all this analysis to determine this color determination later on at the later part of the presentation where we're presenting the model analysis. But for here, I wanted to present the concept, the rationale and the concept behind each alternative. So let's get into the detail of each alternative. As I say, Alternative 1 concept is the focus zone changes or returning the zone to the area where really pressure developed it felt the pressure change impact. And then to do that, we're setting up a specific pipeline that dedicated to convey water from 545 zone, pressure zone, to this smaller 510 zone. At the same time, putting a pressure reducing valve to convert the pressure from 545 to 510. This is done to minimize the energy loss through when the water travels through the system. And the result of this output actually shows that it is paying off by having this improvement here. We were able to see that this configuration will allow the system to see the minimum pressure at more than 40 psi as our new set goal. In fact, the output shows that all throughout the whole system, we're seeing no less than 50 psi, a lot higher than the new goal we have set. So this outcome was considered preferable. Oh, by the way, I also want to mention, because we minimize the footprint of the 510 zone, the rest of the highland area in the lower elevation is not being turned back to 510. So their higher end of the pressure is also being managed. And that's the reason why, as a result, their pressure, the targeted pressure, is really a preferred outcome. In terms of the fire flow, we have put in specifically upsize several locations to improve the fire flow. At the same time, put in 2 check valves at the location to pour in water when it's needed during the fire's situation. And with that, it shows that the fire flow capacity was able to maintain. In fact, it's better than current 93%. This configuration will be able to achieve 95% of the fire flow capacity, hydrant with a 1,000 gallon per minute of a capacity. So so this outcome is also considered a preferred outcome. Now, when we close up a hydraulic item like this again, obviously, inevitably we will have to make this zone rely on one single supply line. But to improve the situation, these 2 check valves can also serve as a supply connection. During the emergencies, they can pour in the water from the 450 zone. It is a supply, even though the pressure, the hydraulic gradient supplied is lower than the 510. So with this outcome, it will be considered a fair outcome. But nevertheless, we are providing the additional redundant supply connection. As you can see that because we limited area to 510 to a smaller zone, rest of the highland was still freely, was still within a 450, allowed a pathway, free flow through the system. At the same time, we will put in the PRV at the west end of the zone to be able to pour the water through the system. Therefore, the flow path, even though it's limited compared to the existing condition, it is still providing the additional, providing the flow path to allow the connection from east to west to serve those essential community at the west side of the city through the CKC. So that is considered as acceptable outcome. In terms of water quality, this particular PRV, we also implemented a 1-inch PRV to constantly pulling the water through this smaller zone area to force the circulation. And therefore, this would achieve the water quality in an acceptable format. And then part of this alternative is to go in there and replace this aging pipeline that I just mentioned as the problem statement. And therefore, in this alternative, the replacement of the aging pipeline is also considered preferred. So in summary, this is the improvement detail for all this alternative, which comes down to 6,800 linear feet of pipeline to be replaced, with the price tag at $8.7 million, and with the project duration from 24 to 30 months. Keep in mind, this is a planning level of estimation. This number can go up and down as more information becomes available. The next alternative. This is the alternative where we're going to reinstate the 510, former 510 zone footprint. But in order to still achieve the pressure and the fire flow, what we do is we recommended to replace the whole segment of the pipe along 116 Avenue Northeast as their main supply line from 8-inch to 12-inch up to 16-inch. This will minimize the pressure, the energy loss, and then putting a pressure reducing valve at the beginning or the end before you enter into the zone. All this pays off with showing that the minimum pressure for under this configuration can achieve the level of service, however, the higher end is a little bit different story because it's straddled now over the elevation with the lower elevation. It's high. There's more area now experiencing excessive pressure. So its outcome for the pressure is considered just acceptable because it is not able to manage the higher pressure and range. For the fire flow, it is similar to alternative one. We are going to recommend 2 check valves to pull in the water when it's necessary, improve a certain pipeline. And with this, we're able to maintain or even increase the flow capacity to 95% of hydrant to achieve 1,000 gallon per minute. The check valve can also serve as the emergency connection when the supply is down. And so that's considered acceptable, a fair outcome. This configuration now will have limited flow path, and so we're now cutting down the connection between east and west to much less, and so it's considered just a fair outcome. And but with the PRV, we are pulling the water, but because it's pulling a much larger area, so we would consider that the water quality is not being as optimized as the last alternative. However, one of the benefits of this is while we're upsizing this pipeline, we are replacing the full segment of this aging pipe. So the benefit of this one is it does meet the goal for replacing the aging pipe. So the summary, this is all the improvement that will go into the alternative 2, with the total water main to be replaced at about 5,300 linear feet, with the price tag of $8 million and the duration implementation from 23 to 29 months. Now we're coming to the alternative 3. This is the concept that was inspired by Mr. Stillman, one of the residents in the community. When he came to us to make the proposal, the idea was he wanted to reinstate the pressure to the 510 zone as quickly as possible. And however, his proposal, it turns out that it's not physically implementable because the facility he wants to turn back on is no longer there. But because of his proposal, it really inspired this alternative because it would make us realize the importance or the desire to reinstate the pressure. And so this alternative is to reinstate the pressure with minimal amount of improvement and making this as a phased approach because it is not meeting the level of service as we currently stated. So to do that, we are actually providing a minimal amount of a length of the installation to carry water from the 545 zone to the beginning or the end before it enter the pressure 510 zone. Also putting a PRV to convert the pressure and then tie it back to the system. With that, the hydraulic pressure performance is not as great as the alternative wanted to because we did not put in the additional improvement in consideration for the timing. So the level of surface of pressure in this alternative, it cannot meet the 40 PSI. Some of the areas still experiencing product pressure lower than 40. And then because it's straddled over the lower elevation, its high-end pressure is actually turned out to be not as ideal as well. So its performance in pressure is considered fair. Its fire flow, we did put in them 2 check valves in order to pour water through to improve the fire flow. But even with that, the hydrant that under this alternative, we only have 83. It turned out that with the hydrant, there's only 82% of hydrant that can meet the standard of 1,000 gallon per minute. So it's also considered just a fair outcome. With the rest of the alternative where supply redundant connection, the flow the flow connectivity, it all shows very limited, and it's all turned out to be, in fact, the connection between east and west, now it's limited to only 2 connections. So that's also, it turned out to, we value this as a very poor outcome. Water circulation is really minimal, so it's considered a fair outcome only. Now, this particular alternative only replaces this segment, which is 17% of the aging water supply line, and leaving 83% of the water main without replace. So that's considered a poor outcome because the rest of the community is still exposed to risk. So in conclusion, this is the extent of the improvement recommended for this alternative, with a total of a proposal of 1,260 linear feet of pipe installation. The price tag is 3.2 with the project duration of 16 to 21 months. Now I would like to turn this over to Michelle from RH2 to talk about the model outcome for each of the alternatives.
Thank you, council members and Madam Mayor. I'll try to breeze through these slides so I can leave us time for any additional questions. So as everyone knows, the Highlands neighborhood is bounded by the CKC, 405, and Northeast 85th Street on the south. So these are hard boundaries that the water system must work around, as well as the topography in the area. As Councilmember Pascal said, you know, it is difficult to balance these high and low pressures in an area such as this with challenging topography and then these boundaries. And so that's why we have these ranges in the service pressures in this area. I also want to note that the former 510 zone boundary did not encompass the full Highlands area. It was only a portion of the area. So we may be kind of talking about some pressures that are in the former 510 zone boundary versus some that are just ranges within the whole Highlands neighborhood. So these hydraulic modeling was required to evaluate the system under were required under peak hour demand and fire flow analyses. There are specific requirements by the Department of Health stated in the Washington Administrative Code to perform these analyses. So under the average day demand pressure, what the modeling showed us is that, as Ewan had mentioned, the former 510 zone did experience these pressures in excess of 100 PSI, some areas above 120 PSI. So average day demand is demand on a day such as today. Under the existing system, we do see these areas that the residents have noted where the pressure is experienced below 40 PSI, which is our new goal. However, those areas are do meet that 30 PSI minimum pressure requirement, but we understand that you know, there is a change in pressure that has dropped that as we saw in the model. Those areas are just north of 100th Street along 116th and 114th in the highest elevations of the Highlands neighborhood. Under the alternative 1, the smaller 510 zone alternative, the goal there was to minimize those areas of high pressure above 120 PSI, as well as some of those areas under or above 100. As you see here under the alternative, we were able to eliminate pressures in that 30 to 40 PSI range, as well as elevate the pressures above 50 PSI under an average day demand. Alternative 2, the goal of that was to reinstate the former 510 zone boundary. So we do see pressures, those high pressures return here with some of the 120 PSI pressures experienced along the CKC and then the north end and the south end of the Highlands neighborhood. Alternative 3 with this phased approach is very similar to what we experienced under the former 510 zone, as well as the alternative 2, where we have those areas of the high pressure, but no pressure less than the 50 psi under average day demand. Now going to the peak hour demand pressure. So this is the pressures that are experienced by the system under the most stressed conditions. So this would be summertime. What typically for the city is the time frame is about 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. on a hot summer day is what we see. And the peak hour demand can spike during that time. Up to 4 times the average day demand. So it's a pretty significant increase in demands that we see during that time in the summer. As you see, there are some areas under the former 510 zone that did experience those pressures less than 40 psi, so in that 30 to 40 psi range. They did meet the Department of Health minimum pressure requirements, however. Under the existing system as we see today, what's really interesting in these analyses is that under peak hour demand conditions, the model shows that the pressures are similar today as they were under the former 510 zone. So now the alternative 1 to reinstate a smaller 510 zone sought to eliminate those pressures less than 40 psi. As we see in this figure, as well as in the alternative 2, we were able to achieve that. And in fact, as you had mentioned, these alternatives increase the pressure above 50 psi. Under the alternative 2, we do see some of those higher pressures kind of sneak back in to the system where along the CKC there. But they are less than what is experienced under an average day demand. Under the alternative 3 phased approach, there are a few areas of the Highlands neighborhood that would experience pressures below 40 psi. There are also areas that up in the upper Highlands that experience pressures that would experience pressures under the 40 to 50 psi range as well. Moving on to fire flow here. I know it's hard to see here. Hopefully the maps in your packet are more helpful, but what we want to key in on are the areas where there's dots that are orange and red. Those are areas where we are showing fire flow less than 1,000 GPM, which is that standard that Pat had spoken about earlier. So under the former 510 zone, this in the highlighted here is the area that had experienced those pressures below that standard. This was a majority of the former 510 zone, and only 31% in the former 510 zone did experience pressures greater than 1,000 GPM. Now, under the existing system, there's a few areas that still do have that lower than standard fire flow, but these are on dead-end lines or smaller diameter pipes. Alternative 1 and 2 have similar fire flow results because they were designed to meet the existing fire flow that we are providing right now. So we're trying not to reduce the fire flow beyond what we are providing today. Alternative 3, because this is that phased approach, there are, under this alternative, 82% of the hydrants in the Highlands do meet that 1,000 GPM, but there are some locations where the fire flow would drop from the existing conditions.
Thank you, Michelle. So here in this slide, we would like to summarize the funding requirement for all the three alternatives. As you can see, there are different level of improvement that's implemented through for each alternative. That's why the cost range from 8.7 to 8 million to alternative 2, and then 3.2 million to alternative 3. But keep in mind, alternative 3 was meant for a short term, an interim solution, and need to be looked at as a phase approach, as a phase 1 for leading up to either alternative 1 or alternative 2. However, there is a sunk cost associated with any time you break the project into parts or phases. And then those sunk costs can be divided into two parts here. The first part was the non-transferable design, because not all the alternatives can align, similarly in terms of where we put in the location. For example, the check valve, the PRV valve is in a different location. So if you follow by the alternative that has a different location, those design cannot be transferable, and those installation cannot be transferable. So that's the first sunk cost. The second sunk cost is the inefficiencies. Anytime when you break the construction into two parts or two phases, you will always carry this repeated cost, like mobilization, the schedule, the SPCC plan. All those are the fixed costs that you cannot avoid. So those will be repeated again on the second contract. Those are the inefficiencies that we introduce. The design cost similarity has a similar situation. You duplicate the contract, the administrative effort, and then prepare two bid documents is always inefficient compared to preparing one bid document. So the impact is there is a portion of prior investment in the phase 1 cannot be transferred to the subsequent phases. And that's the reason for the sunk cost. But what I wanted to also mention in this table is, as I mentioned, the aging pipeline has long been identified in capital improvement plan. And that project has already been funded for $3.3 million. So it makes sense for alternative 1 and 2, we use that $3.3 million to offset the project cost. So the end result for alternative 1 and 2 is additional funding that is either $5.4 million for alternative 1 or $4.7 for alternative 2. For alternative 3, because it's only replacing 17% of that aging pipe, so in this case, we allocate 17% of that $3.3 million to drop this funding requirement to 2.64. Okay, so in here, what I wanted to point out is there might be wondering why it is such a long duration for the project. A lot of time, the public doesn't see the project until the construction started on the ground. That's the only action they see. However, most of the work is done behind the scene. The step to go from initial preparation to contracting the consultant to design, prepare the bid package, and go through the competitive bidding. These are the efforts that need to be done and cannot be skipped in order to make sure the project delivery is per standard and in compliance with code. And that's the reason why you've seen this long duration of any project delivery. And for alternative 1 and 2, they're similar, they have very close similar schedule that lasts about 23 to almost 24 months, where alternative 3, even though it's a much smaller scope of project, but their step still cannot be avoided. And so you still need to go through the whole step of preparation to design until it becomes a contract that a document can be on the market for construction. And that's why it still lasts to almost 14 months to 15 months of a duration. And I'll pass this to Sarah.
Mayor, we'll stop here and go to questions.
Okay, council, any questions at this point? Councilmember Black? And I will say we have about 7 minutes left, and we can save questions for our business item.
Okay, these will be quick. I'll combine the first two questions. So when we were grading these different alternatives and we were grading it on pressure, were we just considering, for example, alternative 1, where we're creating reinstating a smaller 510 zone? Are we looking at pressure, are we grading pressure only within that new 510 zone, or are we grading pressure for the entire Highlands neighborhood? Because we're creating new some of those new zone boundaries that we talked about where we end up having pressure problems. So I just want to make sure I understand on alternative one, our grading is for the entire neighborhood, yes or no?
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Okay. And going really quickly to the idea that got eliminated, the opening it up to the 545, did we analyze what impact that would have on all of the North Rose Hill area? That I'm just guessing that if you open up a system now, the entire 545 system to the old 510 system, you're now going to have maybe some unintended consequences up gradient in North Rose Hill. Did we analyze that at all? Is that another good reason to eliminate that one?
The concept actually for that one was to open up these former 510 zone boundaries to the 545. So basically eliminating that PRV. So it would be isolated. The Highlands neighborhood
Okay.
would be isolated from the North Rose Hill area.
Okay, all right. So no reason to worry about that. And then last, one of the things we're talking about here that was highlighted is we are taking a zone that has now been equalized to a 450 gradient, and we are talking in alternative 1, 2, or 3, reintroducing a 510 gradient to all or some portion of that. One of the things we talked about when we talked about opening it up to the 545 is that we have now reduced the gradient to 450 for, let's say, a year. It's going to be 2 more years before we can. What does it mean? The staff identified repressurizing the system as creating high risk for water mains to blow out. Does that risk still exist even when you return to 510? Now that you've reduced it to 450 for up to 3 years?
I would say that the risk is still there, but it's lower than if under a 510 gradient than a 545 gradient.
Okay. And that would be because that zone we're talking about has never been pressurized to 545. And
It's because of the fluctuation and the age of the infrastructure in that area. So age is a significant factor in that concern.
And that's why more of the reason why we must replace that aging pipeline.
okay, so replacing that aging pipeline does help mitigate this risk. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. 2 quick questions. For alternative number 1 with the smaller zone, are the 2 home-based businesses in that higher pressure area?
We'd have to confirm on the map. At least one of them is. I'm not sure about the second one.
One of them is.
Oh, okay. They're telling us they're both in.
Is it? They're both saying yes? Okay. And then secondly, for replacing the aging water main, what is or was the plan to replace it independent of these alternatives? I get that, alternatives 1 and 2 would allow us to do that, but what's the plan otherwise?
That's a great question. It was actually as part of the capital improvement plan to replacing that aging pipe because of its age. And so it was already in the plan. So when we were looking at the Highlands, a solution to resolve the Highland pressure, it became obvious to us that we could either leverage it or make it a combined project so that we could resolve the 2 problems at the same time.
When you say it's in the plan, is it in the 6-year funded?
Yes, it's in the 6-year capital improvement plan, yes. Mhm.
May I add to that that improvement also was identified in the water system plan to improve to be one of the improvements to fire flow in the Highlands neighborhood as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? Pascal?
Thank you. On the timeline and the cost for any of them, but particularly alternative 3, do we feel like we've exhausted all options to reduce that timeline and costs, or would that be part of what we would do, moving forward if this gets incorporated into the CIP? So, for example, like procurement, could we reduce that design? That's a pretty big window of time by looking at design build, for example, rather than just a typical design bid process. And could we reduce some of the contracting process or timeline by designating this an emergency and being able to select a contractor more quickly? Or is that something that will be?
There's a couple answers to your question. We have had conversations about what are ways we can reduce the timeline. We're still exploring those options. Progressive design build is an option. The concern we have with that is just that we want to be sure we get this right if we make another change, and not sure that we want this to be our first project and foray into design build. But we are, as we move forward in the CIP and we move these forward for further analysis, we're going to continue to refine the timeline and look for ways to optimize it and speed it up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Sarah, back to you.
Yes, very quickly. We are going to come back in the business meeting and talk about the resolution. We know there's a couple of additional questions and maybe perhaps some amendments. So we'll be back and we can talk about this in the business meeting.
Okay, thank you all for being here. Thank you, consultants, for spending your evening with us. What I'd like to suggest is we have an audience that's very interested in this conversation. So if staff could stay and answer any audience questions, and maybe we could take the displays out to the lobby, and then we can pick this up at 7:30 when we reconvene for our regular meeting. Thanks, everybody.
And we just need you to move out to the lobby so I can move the tables so that we can.
All right, we are back in session following discussion on the Highlands water pressure. We do not have any proclamations this evening on our agenda, so we will start tonight's regular meeting with items from the audience. So, this is a time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We provide up to a total of 45 minutes for our items from the audience, with no more than 6 speakers on a subject, regardless of their position on the subject. If you would like to address the council during items from the audience, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or the posted QR code in chambers. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting. We ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please do not clap or applaud or otherwise openly express your agreement or disagreement with a speaker. When that happens, even when being openly supportive of a speaker, it can be disruptive to our meeting and discourage others from sharing a different point of view. We discourage people from using obscenities and making personal attacks against others. And we ask that you direct your comments to the council, not to staff or audience members. In addition, because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of content. As a reminder, state law does not allow items from the audience to be used for promoting, opposing, or discussing a candidate's campaign or ballot proposition. Kirkland prides itself on being a welcome and respectful community. We want everyone to feel like they belong in council chambers expressing their viewpoints. City Clerk, who do we have signed up?
Thank you very much. At this point, we have 6 members wishing to speak. We'll take the first 3 in this order. First will be Lisa Berenson, followed by Gary Bustindi and Radu Bachu. Please approach the podium.
Lisa.
Hello there. To the council, the design review process should not be integrated into the permit process. This committee gives very important feedback on the massing and undulation of a building's exterior, which creates the visual quality and character.
City Clerk.
Also, these impact the selection of materials and color for the exterior of the building. The building envelope also does affect the interior of the building. I recommend limiting the number of design review meetings and the length of time for each meeting. And the design review committee should only give input that focuses solely on the overall design of the building and not discuss any permit-related issues or items. By bringing more responsibilities to the permit department, the length of time to receive a permit would actually be increased. The permitting process is supposed to be getting shorter. This, I feel, would only make the permit process longer. It would also degrade the importance of what the design review process and the committee contributes.
Thank you. Gary, you're next.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. I'm speaking tonight to highlight the lack of transparency and accountability in addressing the water pressure issues affecting the Highlands neighborhood. Even though we as the neighborhood are focused on the option 3 that was presented during the study session, we believe the department has glossed over key elements in the timeline and events in their presentation. So I'll start with that timeline. On December 18th, 2019, the department was notified in an email from their consultant, RH2, that there would be a water pressure issue in the Highlands water main replacement project where the pressure in the homes in the Highlands higher elevations would drop below 30 psi. Minimum during the peak demand hours. Now, the department had 3 years to make modifications to the project design and plan prior to the project being implemented. And frankly, they did nothing. After the project's completion in April 2024, the issue became a reality with the department's implementation. And once again, they chose nothing. And it wasn't until the neighbors brought up issues that the department addressed this with a Band-Aid approach. And what we're talking about, the Band-Aid approach, is the temporary solution where they offered. But that still took a year for them to put together and to present to the affected neighbors. The problem is that the neighbors had to sign an agreement that literally gave their rights away with absolutely no recourse. Anybody, I'm not a lawyer, but anybody would be crazy to sign such an agreement. The other problem is the temporary solution is the potential cost. Now, I know the council approved $400,000 for this program, but we believe it would probably be more in the cost of $600,000 to $700,000 minimum. And the reason for this is there's a fair number of residents who have fire control systems that were mandated by the city built into their homes. Several of those individuals have gotten estimates to do the repairs, the required repairs. The costs that they've seen are $25,000 to $40,000. That's something you guys have not budgeted in. The final point I wish to make is we had a meeting with the representatives, including the city manager and the Department of Public Works back on the 29th. Based off the limited information we've been provided, option 3 is the only option that comes anywhere close to our expectations in meeting our issues in the short term. But we still have questions regarding timeline and budget. So prior to the council making any vote, we recommend you bring in a third party outside of RH2 to review those
time
options.
is up.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Next is Radu.
Radu, followed by Scott Stoneman and Scott Roser.
Thank you.
Hi, this is about the speed limits and a desire to change them or not to change them. I recently spoke with the Bellevue City lead traffic engineer because I was surprised about the changes they made on North Upway. I go on North Upway quite a bit, and they dropped the speed limit to something strange. So we sat down and looked at the dashboards. We drilled into specific data points on North Upway. Very long story, but 2 things that stood out. One of them is how low the number of FSIs are today, which is a good thing. So it's almost like you cannot even apply statistical methods on it. The second one is when we drilled down on North Up, I was surprised to see that although all of them were like loss of control accidents, none of them involved intoxication. So, it's just human error. So you're probably going to look at similar maps in Kirkland, and you'll see data points, and you'll see that arterials probably have the most number of accidents. And I want us to understand what the data tells us, because it's not telling us where the drunk people like to go drive. It's not telling us where the speed limits are set too high, and it's not telling us where the median is painted yellow, although somebody could use the same data to make those 3 points. What's happening is humans drive vehicles. That's the crux of the problem. Humans make mistakes, and normally they're okay. But when you crank up the volume of traffic, you multiply that very small probability by a large number, and you start seeing dots, fatal accidents. And that's what's causing problems, not the rest, right? So I would like you to ask for a heat map of volumes of traffic, and you'll see, superimpose them on top of each other, and you'll see exactly the match. If there isn't, then there's a problem to be addressed. But That's what you'll see. Last point I want to make is there is no speed limit low enough to get us to zero FSIs. Grocery outlet, I don't know if you guys are familiar, there was a fatal accident in the parking lot, not because of speed limit being too high, but because a human made a mistake. And unfortunately, we cannot engineer that out, right? So before imposing a burden on every single citizen of Kirkland by lowering the speed limit, realize it doesn't address the crux of the problem. And I'm optimistic to think that eventually the problem will be made better by technology, reducing the human error, but not by lowering the speed limit more and more and more and more to a crawl. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Stoneman?
Hello, and thank you for the presentation on the water system. I appreciate that earlier today or this evening. I felt like alternative 3 wasn't fairly compared with alternative 1 and 2. It wasn't a long-term solution like 1 and 2. It showed a lot of orange and didn't fulfill a lot of the needs, but it does fulfill the pressure. It returns it back to how it was, which people are happy with. I have a few bullet points I'm just going to read. In my opinion, alternative 3 is the preferred alternative because it restores adequate pressure to the highlands in the shortest time. Besides restoring water pressure, the study earlier today shows that the alternative 3 provides significant improvement to the fire flow from the former 510 zone conditions. Previously, in the former condition, it was about 30% of the residents had fire flow that was greater than 1,000 GPM. But with the alternative 3, it improves it up to 82% that has fire flow with greater than 1,000 GPM. Plus, it has 100% now, without alternative, would have greater than 500 GPM. So it vastly improves it, doesn't quite meet the long-term goal of that, but it does increase it significantly from 30 to 80%. The detailed cost estimates weren't provided and couldn't be reviewed. However, I believe the cost estimate for alternative 3 may be overestimated by as much as double. The sunk cost described as part of alternative 3 is not quantified in the report, and I believe this is probably a relatively small in comparison to the total cost of alternative 1 or alternative 2. Once selected, I recommend alternative 3 be further refined for additional cost savings and, more importantly, for project duration savings. So reduce the time for when it gets built, hopefully before next summer, I think is what the residents are hoping. And things I've thought of could be a design build contract, reduction in size of the PRV. There's a standard detail City of Bellevue has for a 6-inch PRV that connects to a typical 8-inch, which this is, 8-inch system. It's a 7 by 7 foot vault is what that PRV looks like. And reduction in length of the 16-inch water main could also be a possibility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Scott Reiser.
Thank you. I'm Scott Reiser, and I'm the owner of Green Knight. And I do have a very unique situation, and probably was one of the most affected by the low pressure. And I have to do something before next summer. The last 2 summers have been incredibly costly. And some of the questions I hope that you ask tonight are, what are the booster pumps going to do if only half of the people affected get them? Is that going to drain the system for all those that did not get the booster pumps? And also the people who are still not aware of the program, because I'm still running into people in my neighborhood who do not know about the program. I would appreciate the city's help with actually a list of contractors and find what the best booster pump situation could be for the different situations. And that also comes to my biggest problem. The booster pump that you showed today is a garage booster pump. That assumes that your water main enters your house through your garage. That is new construction. We are an old neighborhood. Probably the vast majority of our water mains do not come into our garages. It also discounts the fact that all of the irrigation systems, the double check valves, are outside the house, generally within 10 feet of the water meter. This doesn't work. We need a greater help. I need help because my irrigation that I put in for my nursery is off of I put a 2-inch water main throughout my property, but the double check valve is within 5 feet of my water meter. Well, almost every residential irrigation system, it's similar, not quite to the extent of what I have. So that is something that we need to look at because you are looking at only doing it for the house. And one of the problems that I had with the presentation is you showed what average water pressure is, and that is in the water main for the city. That's not people's once it gets through your meter and into your house. My water pressure when the city came out and tested it was, and they tested in September on a rain day, so nobody was watering, and they tested it at 39. They tested almost everyone on my street that day. Other people tested at 40, and that is in September. In August and July, we were in the 20s. So realize the information you got was for the general water main, not our house pressure. And I just want to thank you, and I think that you are taking this as seriously as you have, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Scott. Next, Alex Zimmerman. Yes.
I cannot speak this. Look, what is this? Is a special reason?
City Clerk, go ahead and start his clock. Your time is starting now.
So nothing will be changed?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, no problem. I want to speak about something what is fundamental right now for America. Exactly now is a critical. So, people with 2 citizenship cannot work for government. It's in all countries in this planet. What is happening right now here is absolutely critical situation. And I am talking about Bellevue, because Bellevue have 2 consuls who have 2 citizenship. It's a crime, supported by Mayor Robinson. Yes. Why they doing this? It's a problem. Are they stupid? They don't know law? Why they doing this? This is exactly what as I told you. This is a very dangerous Nazi fascist junta who not care about constitution, not care about nothing. They goal shows that they are bosses. They can control everything. This is not only in council. All community, you know what is mean have right now. People who have 2 citizenships, they all government. So problem what is we have right now, they very, very dangerous for everybody, for a couple million people who live in King Country, because they show, so somebody, big city, 150,000 people, you know what is mean, with 120,000 jungle slave can do in everything what is you want. They not care about America, they not care about Constitution, they not care about nothing. They are real fascist junta. It's number 1. Number 2, absolutely critical right now. Traffic fatality jumped by 200%. How is this possible? Can you explain to me? Is this everything come from Bellevue? What is very dangerous? Because a bandita is a killer, you know what it means, will spread this philosophy, fascist junta philosophy around everybody. I never see like this before in Kirkland, Redmond, Mesley Island, or Issaquah. This is very dangerous. I right now speak to everybody. Guys, we need stand up. You know what it means? We have America who exists for 250 years. We cannot accept fascist junta in big city in east side, you know what it means? Because they not care about constitution. They all supposed to be in jail. It's a point what is I can right now. So I speak again to everybody. Stand up. Stand up. We need support America, what is we have. What is we have for 250 years. It's important. Sorry, I speak a little bit from my heart because I live this for 40 years and I have experience with Soviet Union, Nazi, with German Nazi. My family have experience. So viva Trump, viva new American Revolution. Stand up, slave and happy cow. We need to stop a Nazi. Thank you very much.
Thank you. City Clerk, before we move on, we do have some new audience members, and so I just want to reiterate that Mr. Zimmerman's allowed to make his comments because this council is committed to the exercise of free speech regardless of content. I must note for the audience that there is no basis to exclude Mr. Zimmerman from public comment as he is not violating our council policy and procedures, beside providing comments that are hurtful and divisive. Thank you, everyone. We are having technical problems, so we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Is that what we think? And then we'll resume items from the audience. So everybody get up and stretch for a few minutes.
What is it, do we know?
For the record, I'm not committed.
All right, Eric.
Hear us, they just can't see us. My fans have reported in.
Oh, John.
Roy. I'm not good at public speaking, but I really have some things I'd like to say, so thank you for entertaining this. I live in the Upper Highlands neighborhood, and I've been there I bought my house in 1983, so I've lived there for 42 plus years. And like the rest of the people here, I'm affected by the water pressure issues. Maybe not to the point of some people, but I'm still affected, and it is a hard situation to live with. I also want to, so Kirkland has now been noted as being the most expensive city in our region to live in, and we surpassed Bellevue and Seattle. And that probably means increased property taxes, and we do have one of the highest utility taxes in the region. And so in return, residents have a reasonable expectation of receiving services in return. And one of the basic services we expect, of course, and probably even take for granted, is water delivery. And at a PSI that our modern homes would depend on now. It's whoever came up with the 30 PSI that's being reasonable. I don't know how long ago that rating came about. I know the city of Tacoma says the lowest PSI is 50. So, and probably some of the other people who have talked here would have a hard time with the 50 PSI. And you've also heard from Scotty expressed it very well about booster pumps don't work for a lot of us. I'm one of those people who you know, my water main line does not come in. It comes in right under a bedroom, you know, through the crawl space. So it's just there really wasn't a good place for a booster pump for me either. And I'm not even sure I would want the maintenance of it. So I guess we're all asking that this be fixed in as quick a manner as possible. I do have a disappointment that this council knew that 100-plus residents would be affected by this low water pressure issue and decided to proceed anyway. So we're just asking that you please fix it now. And just also from your campaign flyers, it's like I continue to work to ensure moving Kirkland forward as Washington.
Excuse me, you can't talk about campaigning at the council chambers, so.
I'm just saying what you guys say. So, okay, so one of you claims that you want to make the city the most livable here, and, you know, please include all the residents in that, that's all. And also that you're committed to representing and supporting every Kirkland resident. That's what we also would like, that you include the Kirkland Upper Highlands neighborhood, and that you keep that in mind for.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you, Linda.
Please fix it as quickly as possible.
Heidi?
Hi, everybody. Hi, council and staff. My name is Heidi Shore, and I'm here as chair of the Juanita Neighborhood Association Eastern Green Loop team. First, we want to express our enthusiasm and support for the Green Loop, with big thanks to the Finhill Neighborhood Alliance. We are so excited that our long-held vision of taking walks in the wooded slope above on Juanita's western border could be a reality soon. We ask for the council's consideration and support in expanding the conversation on the Green Loop beyond Finn Hill to the underserved Juanita neighborhood. The JNA has 3 equal objectives regarding the Green Loop. Kirkland should first prioritize immediately creating multiple access points off of 93rd Avenue Northeast to what the neighbors that live below it call Juanita Slope, so that we may finally enjoy access to Juanita Heights Park from Juanita Central geography. Second, Kirkland should optimize the underutilized, almost contiguous city-owned parcels running south to north along the eastern flank of Finn Hill neighborhood, which directly borders Juanita. This approach takes advantage of low-hanging fruit with the goal of rapidly providing contiguous trail access to the underserved residents of both eastern Finn Hill and Juanita, North Juanita. Only 2 parcels in this entire segment are privately owned. One contains a deed of conservation easement and is assessed at $499, seems like a bargain. And the assessed value of the other is $1,224,000. And if that's prohibitive as a purchase, then perhaps an easement could be arranged. While completion of this northeast segment would add more than 52 acres of parkland and a minimum of 2.5 linear miles of trail to Finn Hill neighborhood, Juanita supports furthering this park's equity disparity if it is prioritized first. 3, Kirkland should continue the Billy Goat Trail to extend north beyond Juanita Heights Park to Goodwill Hill to provide a nature trail with pedestrian access to central and north Juanita residents. This segment in our proposal, while the most wild and important habitat to preserve, is more complex. It's a mix of city-owned parcels, tracts, and several very large acreages that contain a stream. Initial conversations with property owners have proved promising insofar as supporting the Green Loop Trail. We thank you for considering this magnificent opportunity to address the park's equity disparity existing for Juanita residents and look forward to a walk in the woods with you soon.
Thank you, Heidi. City Clerk, anyone else?
We have no additional guests signed up to speak.
Thank you. We are now moving to the next item on our agenda, which is special presentation from Cascadia College, providing a state of the college address. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So, yes, we have an honored guest tonight, Dr. Eric Murray, who's the president of Cascadia College, is here to give us the state of his institution. There's a bio for him in the packet, but just in my brief conversations, he informed me that he is now the senior president in the college system. He has served longer for the last 15 years than he has in the system. So we're very lucky to have him as a partner and have him here today to speak. So welcome, Dr.
Welcome.
Mayor Curtis, City Council, thank you for having me back. This is the yearly annual State of the College address. And City Manager Triplett said my college, his college, is actually our college because, as you know, we serve the city of Kirkland, the Lake Washington School District, the North Shore School District. So I want to correct you kindly. And I only mentioned that I was the longest serving president in the state because he just happened to tell me he's one of the longest serving city managers in the state. And so touche on you. So I'm happy to have been at the helm of Cascadia for 15 years. And not only is that the longest serving president in the community college system, but there is no university president who's been longer serving now in the state. So I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse, but I'll take it and the wisdom that comes with it. I left the background of our 25th anniversary slideshow from last year up for this year just to remind us all that we just finished celebrating 25 years, and we're very proud of that. We're doing really well. This is, again, another positive report this year, and I appreciate all of you as partners. So we're going to go through some successes and challenges like we normally do. Enrollment up about 12%. That's after a 2-year run of 17% and 20%. Cascadia's enrollment is up to its highest pre-pandemic enrollments. And as you might recall, we had one of the lowest dips during the pandemic. So we're really encouraged by this increasing enrollment. Of that, we are serving over 1,100 Running Start students, and that's about a fourth of our population. We are happy about our Guided Pathways data. That's a program that allows students to choose an academic pathway that when they come to us, they get their general ed requirements, and they get a broad field of majors such that when they transfer to university, they can then narrow down to the specific major. So you have humanities or life sciences or social sciences comprised of multiple majors. And the state tracks 8 different metrics on the success of that program. Cascadia ranks number 1 on 3 of those metrics, and in the top 5 on the other 5 metrics. So we have the highest retention rate of any community college in the state, we have the highest transfer into university of any community college in the state, and we have the highest transition from pre-college math into college math when students come to us with less than college math skills. Not up there and not measured, but what we know is that we also have the highest acceptance rate into the University of Washington than any other community college in the nation. So that makes us very proud, and it helps us to serve our mission. I asked my staff what they thought some of our successes were this year. They pointed to over $70,000 in emergency grants that we gave out to students. That says something in and of itself. You can apply for up to $500 max to help with medical or rent or car problems, those kinds of things, and it helps keep students. 90% of students who received one of those emergency grants actually stayed with us because of that grant. We have a laptop available to check out to any student who needs one. Our mentoring program called Cascadia Scholars continues to grow and grow and grow, and our students in that program have really high retention rates. And our food pantry is really successful, and it's another one of those things like the emergency grants. Yes, the food pantry is successful. We've tripled our donations to it. We've tripled the number of students we serve out of it, but that also makes a statement about the condition of our student body. And then we asked some of our students about successes, and they pointed to our new Bachelor's of Science in Computer Science program, our on-campus of housing availability through the University of Washington Bothell. Unlike other community colleges, you can enroll for 2 quarters at a time with us. We think that adds in retention because you know 6 months out what your courses are going to be. And then what I found was really interesting was the non-artificial intelligence in-person touch. We keep moving in more and more closer to technology solutions, and what our students really appreciate is when they can talk to a human being in person or online and not through some kind of automated system. We do have some challenges. Thank you for your support in our quest to get our last building in our master plan. It didn't happen, but we have been told that we are right on the cusp of getting it in the supplemental session. We had visitors from the legislative staff and Capitol come to see us last week, and it looks like we are primed for that funding. I hope so. It means we break ground July 1st. Like you, we deal every day with the federal landscape and its changing impact on us. I've been telling this story that all of our funds were with the Department of Labor. They have subsequently moved them. I'm sorry, let me start over. All of our funds were with the Department of Education. They've moved them to the Department of Labor. For 8 days, we didn't know where our money was because both of our balances read 0, both in the Department of Education and the Department of Labor. It eventually showed up in the Department of Labor. And as you may have read this week, they continue to trying to figure out how to dismantle the Department of Education, which just completely changes where I get my support and what I need to turn to. So that's one of the things I'm dealing with. We know about our dwindling state economy, and there are some community colleges in our state that are struggling, some that are having existential crises. They don't know if they have enough money to keep the doors open, literally, and that could mean next year. Cascadia is in solid ground, and we're doing pretty well. And that's largely because of our Running Start students. However, our international students, because of the federal landscape, have taken a 50% hit. It's over $1 million to my budget, and it's because one of our feeder countries was put on the travel ban list, Turkmenistan, and beyond that, that was 30 students. Another 100 students weren't able to get visas. There wasn't enough staff. It just didn't go through. There was red tape. It just didn't happen. And so Cascadia depends on those international students, so we're going to have to keep figuring out how to work through that. I want to finish up by talking about some equity and inclusion issues. 7 years ago, we realized that our students of color were not succeeding as well as our white students by up to 12 percentage points in those markers that I talked about before, retention, transfer, student success. We intentionally began certain programs to help close those gaps, available to all students, mind you. The mentoring program, the 2-quarter registration, required advising. We now have no percentage points difference between our students of color and our white students. We have closed those gaps. We are the first community college to do that in the state, and we're really proud of that intentional effort to make sure all of our students don't have barriers. We continue to have our social justice high school conferences where hundreds of students come from the school districts to our campus, and we continue to run our equity and inclusion course for employees and agencies. Just another plug out there, should the city of Kirkland be interested in some kind of course to help staff understand about equity and inclusion. These are some comments from a sustainable construction company called O'Brien 360, in which they just felt that the program absolutely helped forward them in their company's mission and their understanding of how their company relates to the world around them in terms of equity and inclusion. So again, offer that as a resource, community resource. We don't do a lot of corporate or community training anymore. It's mostly about our young student population, but this is one of the things that we can do to help companies succeed. With all of that said, we have some headwinds, but we are stable, and we continue to provide great service to our high schools that are in our various cities. So thank you, and if you have questions, happy to entertain them. I cannot answer water pressure questions.
Dr. Murray, thank you. And I think that your longevity is attributed to you love your job.
Thank you.
And we are sympathetic to what you're experiencing with federal uncertainty. And I know that Congresswoman Del Bene's office has probably reached out to you and wants to.
We are in weekly contact.
Yeah, wants to know exactly what's happening on the ground. Council, any questions? I have one. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Dr. Murray. I always look forward to this update every year. The more I learn about Cascadia and other community colleges in our regions and the different programs we have, just the more hope I have. And I'm just so thrilled that we have these programs. As we all know, the cost of higher education are just skyrocketing. I know since I went to college, it's just astronomical how expensive and therefore unattainable for so many folks. And to know that right here in our backyard, serving our community, that there are options not just for 2-year degrees, but for 4-year degrees at Cascadia, as well as the high transfer rates to other 4-year institutions is just, as a community leader and as a mom, it just makes me really happy to know that we have those opportunities and that it's accessible. In addition, thank you for your DEIB work, and thank you for presenting on the Closing the Gap. Congratulations on that work. I hope that work continues, because as we know, that's work that's not going to continue on its own without intentional effort. So thank you for that. I do have a question related to that. In the gaps that you look at, have you looked at gaps of students with disabilities versus non-disabled students, and how are we doing on that front?
Yes, we do. First of all, thank you for all your kind words. Thank you. We do disaggregate our data. That is one of the data sets. That's not one I'm familiar with, but I can certainly take a look at it. We have a really stellar, we call it Student Accessibility Services program, and that's more than doubled, almost tripled since I've been at Cascadia because of the quality of the work. And interestingly, about every 7 years, I take all of our faculty 2 at a time to coffee. We come and we just chat. And this morning I had one, and I asked them, what have we done well in the last 7 years? And these faculty members this morning, coincidentally, said, our student accessibility services are awesome, and we so appreciate the fact that we are trained on how to work with our students who have barriers. So I can look at how it disaggregates with the metrics, but I think we have a pretty stellar program regardless.
Thank you. I'm so happy to hear that. I know that obviously folks with disabilities are often excluded from our DEIB work, and it's one that I'm particularly passionate about. So thank you for that. I'd love to learn more about that someday so we can connect offline. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Councilmember Falcone said it so well, and I really appreciate the work that you're doing to make sure that the students are supported in all aspects of their life. There was an article recently, I think in the New York Times, about a school that was creating a safe parking program for students that were unhoused. Are you tracking students that are unhoused in your community?
We aren't.
Okay.
That's period.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's an interesting question. We do have, funded by the state, we have what's called a basic skills or a basic needs navigator on our campus. So that's a person who works full-time to meet food and housing insecurities, healthcare insecurities. They would probably have data at their fingertips that I don't have, but I know we keep the person busy for sure. We obviously talked about the emergency grants
Right.
and the food pantry. It's no doubt that there are housing insecure folks as well, and we are liaisoned with the different housing support agencies around so that when a student does present to our navigator, we can at least connect them. I just don't know the rates.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. We always love it when you come, so.
And I love seeing you all at our events and in the community when we cross paths. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Dr. Murray. All right, we are now going to move on to our consent calendar. Before I have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor to present audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $7,708,312.56, and accounts payable in the amount of $5,329,535.21.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to pull the, apologies, item H2 from the consent agenda.
That's correct, H2.
H2. All right. So would you like to make a motion and then to approve?
You don't have to make a motion for consent.
Okay. You guys remind me that every time. Thank you, Councilmember Falcone. We will move item AH2 to our last item of the business agenda. Now may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Sweet to approve the consent calendar as modified. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, we are now moving on to our business agenda. Our first item that you've all been waiting for is the Upper Highlands Water Pressure Solutions. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have the same team kind of in the audience, but to make the presentation, we have, once again, our Public Works Deputy Director Sarah Olson and Carly Jorger, our Utility and Policy Supervisor. And we do know there are some potential amendments to the resolution for discussion, which the staff will highlight at the end of the presentation.
Please, right. Hi, good evening again, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of council. We are here to walk through the proposed resolution regarding the Upper Highlands water pressure short, near, and long-term solutions. Included in your packet is a draft resolution that articulates 5 main ideas, and we'll get them up on the screen momentarily. Okay. We have some updates to the slide deck, so hopefully that'll be coming up. But I'll speak to the first 2 items of the resolution, and then Carly will speak to the remaining 3. The first item, just a moment. This authorizes the city manager to have staff include in the 2025 capital improvement program update, which will be before you on November 5th, to carry forward a Upper Highlands water improvement project. In this regard, it would be carrying forward the alternatives for continued evaluation. And I'll get to, as soon as our slides are up, I'll walk you through the next steps of that.
Or just pause for a second.
Okay.
Get the right one up here. So.
Shall I call another break?
Yeah.
Let's take,
Just a 5-minute break while we get this up.
all right, we will be back at 8:24. Thanks, everybody.
orange, yellow, red. And so if you were confused by why the color scheme changed, we wanted to point that out for you. Okay, now to the resolution. The first item of the resolution speaks to our CIP program update, which is coming before you at the November 5th meeting, in which it will include a new project, the Upper Highlands Water Pressure Improvement Project. And that is really meant to continue carrying forward the alternatives analysis, and I'll get to that in a moment. But that is the first item of the resolution. The second is to hire a water system engineering firm to do some peer review of our preliminary analysis and of our hydraulic modeling. So just a little bit more detail about those first two items and what the next steps would be to articulate what that would be. So incorporating the project in the CIP is not, if you so choose, is not selecting one of the alternatives tonight. It's, we have several additional analyses that we want to complete before bringing back an alternative for recommendation. The next step after it, once this is incorporated in, oh. Okay. So sorry.
Sarah, you're going to sleep really well tonight.
Sarah, in 16 years, I've not had this happen.
Okay. Are we good?
I believe so.
We think that was just the Zoom too, so.
Okay. So we have some additional analyses to do. And also, we need to finalize the water system plan, level of service goals, and hydraulic model. And a side note to that is, when is the water system plan coming forward for you? The draft will be completed in the spring of 2026, and we have to submit it to the Department of Health, but we will also be bringing it forward to council for review. But before we finalize that draft, we need to set those level of service goals and update the hydraulic model to complete the plan. And all those graphics you got in your packet tonight that say draft on them, those will be updated into final form in the water system plan. Additionally, we want to complete the peer review analysis of all of our assumptions and the modeling, and be sure that we're carrying forward analysis of those three alternatives with good information. We will also continue to consider and investigate additional temporary solutions. And we will advance those alternatives from the preliminary evaluation you saw tonight to concept design, where we will further refine the cost estimates and timelines and determine funding options, as well as the hydraulic modeling analysis updates. And then we will bring you a refined alternatives for selection. So that's what we mean by that first item and second item of the resolution.
And then the third, fourth, and fifth items in the resolution are here on your slide. The third one is directing staff to adapt and expand and expedite the existing financial assistance mitigation program. It also includes identifying new funding if that is needed and bringing that back to council for consideration. The fourth is to implement the water management strategies support for the neighborhood to prevent those dips in low pressure during peak demand season. And then the last item is to bring the council progress reports on all of these items in the resolution at least by April of next year. So now, Madam Mayor, we do. Oh, thank you, Sarah. So just quickly, some next steps before we get into motion and amendments. Staff does have a meeting scheduled for next week with a few residents representing the Highlands neighborhood to talk more about what we've heard tonight. And then we also have all of the contact information from folks who signed the petition that you all received earlier. And so we have their contact information and can carry forward any of the actions that you take tonight to share with that group of staff.
Thank you.
All right, so we do have suggested motion language here, and future slides have the amendment language as you'd like to go through them, Mayor. Thank
Council,
you.
do you have any comment or any questions before we move to the motion? Councilmember Black?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, before we move to the motion, I just have a couple quick questions. So one, for staff, one thing that it's not in the motion, but I believe it's going to be part of our overall approach to this is there's a communications plan related to this. You've mentioned a meeting as soon as next week, but there's a ongoing communications plan with interested residents, customers in the Highlands neighborhood throughout this process. True?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And it includes all the learnings from to date about the most effective means of communicating to our affected residents there. So that's good. You addressed that in the study session. Just a reminder on the water management system, because we mentioned it earlier, but not in the business meeting. I want to make sure that when we're communicating about water management strategies, that we're not putting the residents of the Highlands into a situation where they feel like it's their problem to solve, or it's their use of water is the reason for the issues. And you addressed that in the study session. And last thing, will the analysis, Sarah, you mentioned that there's some further analysis to be done on all the alternatives. We heard some comments earlier today from Gary, who represents the Neighborhood Association in the Highlands, from Scott, engineer who lives in the Highlands. They have some questions. Are those among the questions that are going to be answered through our further analysis?
Yes, we'll be meeting with them to be sure that we are understanding what their questions and concerns are. Some additional analysis outside the alternatives will be happening with the expanded program, which should assist the night nursery location with the adequate update that he may need or require. And then I continue to meet with Mr. Stoneman, and we will be sure that we have addressed all of the ideas that he's had and brought forward to the city.
Good. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal, then Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question about some of the comments we heard today around the booster pumps. Will this resolution look at some of those situations that are more difficult to address with a booster pump? We heard from Scott earlier that it's not a typical situation for his particular property. We heard from other property owners that, booster pumps are really difficult to locate depending upon, where their water main comes in. Are those things that we plan to look at, or is that just continue to be the responsibility of the property owner?
Yes, thank you for that question. It is not written explicitly in this resolution, but as part of our general efforts to streamline and make this program more accessible for residents, I think we've heard tonight that we do need to take a closer look at those things.
Okay, so there's nothing that needs to be modified in this resolution?
I would defer to you. I understand that that is of interest to the council and also to staff to make sure the program works for our residents.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Two questions. First, during public comment, we had a question on whether overall system performance is impacted by customers installing booster pumps. As this program scales, does the installation of a booster pump impact other customers?
So it shouldn't, because we deliver water to the meter, and the booster pumps are on the homeowner side of the meter. So it should only be addressing and boosting pressures on the private meter side.
Okay, thank you. And then for the resolution, are you looking for council direction tonight among the alternatives, or is that a future budget discussion for council?
I think we have more analysis to complete. This was very preliminary, so we would like to continue evaluating all the options, but should council want to tell us to narrow our scope, we're happy to take that and amend that into the motion as well.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, so now we can talk about the motion. Would anyone like to start and make the original motion? Councilmember Sweet.
I move to approve Resolution R 5697, directing staff to take immediate and longer-term actions to mitigate water pressure reductions for residents and businesses in the Highlands neighborhood.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Black to move forward Resolution 5697. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple things. One is I'd just like to advocate to say let's look at all options, particularly those that reduce costs and that reduce the timeline for implementation. I think you heard that tonight. The second thing is I very much support the resolution, and the one section that I took note of was Section 2, which was hiring of an engineering firm to perform a peer review of what the work that's been done, and I think that's a really smart strategy as we move forward. I think it would be good to bring someone in and take a look at what we've done and provide that input. I also want, as we bring in someone, another expert, if they see something that maybe we've missed, maybe there's another idea or concept, I think that would be a great thing to bring forward to the city. So I'm interested in making sure that scope is broad enough to cover that it's not just reviewing what we've done, what the city's done, what the consultant's done, but if they see something else that we should be considering, that be brought up for consideration. So I'd like to amend the resolution to add the following statement at the end of Section 2, which reads, as part of the peer review and analysis, if the firm identifies additional feasible concepts, they shall be submitted to the city for consideration as shown here on the screen.
It's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Falcone to add a sentence on Section 2 that identifies additional feasible concepts shall be reviewed. Is there any discussion on this amendment? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Amendment carries 7-0. Any further, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. One of the things that I think is a theme that we're trying to get through is removing barriers to participating in this program. One thing that was clear through the reading and through the study session is that there are customers that are impacted, and any systemic solutions are going to take several years. And so it's really important that we have an individual solution to the problem while we're working on systemic solutions. One of the things that I am concerned about is a previously talked about deadline that would have happened before the summer season. And while more and more residents are hearing about the program they're having here, I want to make sure that since a lot of what we're talking about is peak demand and peak demand during the summer, I want to make sure that if any residents have a problem in the summer of 2026, we still have the opportunity to fix that problem afterwards, and want to make sure that we have a very flexible deadline for applying for this program and getting an individual solution to their water pressure. So I'd like to propose the amendment to add point G to Section 3 as shown on the screen.
Second.
All right, it has been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold to amend Section 3 and add G, which extends the deadline to December 26. It's been seconded by Councilmember Black. Any discussion? Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a couple of questions about this. I support, I think, the intent of this, but I just have some questions about some of the details in it. It mentions specifically homeowners and businesses residing in an affected property. What would happen with homeowners that are renting their property? Would they have the ability to utilize this program is one question I had. The second question is, what about somebody who purchased a property after March 31st, 2024, but is still impacted? Would they be eligible for this program?
To the second question, no, if they purchased it after that period of time, they would not be eligible. The presumption being that they were aware of the water pressure at the time that they purchased the property, whereas existing residents were not aware of it. Your first question, the residing, I assisted in helping Deputy Mayor Arnold with this, and it wasn't the intention here to exclude people who had tenants and weren't in their home, just that if they weren't in, that this sort of applied to the property that they were at, so it doesn't carry over to a new property was the intention there, or the property that they owned at the time. Owned or, so is probably the better word than resided.
And are we confident in the current wording that it would be implemented as intended, or does it require an amendment to the amendment?
I think that this language was pretty directed to staff and not what the language was supposed to be. So I think that knowing the intent that was behind it was how we would implement it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions on the Arnold amendment? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Amendment carries 7-0. We are now to the amended motion. Any further discussion, Deputy Mayor?
Councilmember Tim Chisholm, do you have an amendment as well?
I do.
Oh, sorry.
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Tim Chisholm.
Can we have a slide on that yet, or no?
It's up now.
They just switched it, so
Oh,
looks
okay.
like the previous one.
So I have an amendment to amend H as in hotel, evaluating alternatives to the current terms of the program agreement, including evaluating whether the waiver provisions can be eliminated or revised while still meeting the city's legal obligations. And I'd like to direct the city manager to bring us those options.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Tim Chisholm, second by Councilmember Falcone, to add a section, number H in section 3, which evaluates alternatives to the terms of the program agreement. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Amendment carries 7-0. All right, we are now back to the amended motion. Any further amendments? All those in favor of the amended Resolution 5697, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Amended Resolution 5697 is approved 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We are now moving on to business item 9B, which is review of the preliminary results from the multifamily tax exemption study. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this was a task that the council asked us to do following the comprehensive plan update. And it's in two parts. We're going to give you an update today. We contract with Burke & Associates to do this. Where our Kevin Pellstring, our financial planning manager, is going to give the brief overview. And then we have folks from Burke here to walk you through the report. And this is just for update and questions from the council. There's no action tonight.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, thank you, City Manager, Madam Mayor, members of council. So as City Manager mentioned, this was a study, the MFT fiscal impacts analysis that came out of a number of community inquiries. Council requested that we identify a consultant to conduct a comprehensive study on the MFT program and the impacts as well as the benefits. So we contracted with Burke Consulting to conduct this study, and they've been working with city staff, Arch staff, King County assessor staff since July to get a complete picture of the impacts and the benefits of the program. So as they'll describe, the results are that this is a much less expensive, or that this is a less expensive to taxpayers than a levy lid lift would be to subsidize rents at the same level or construct the same number of units. So we'll take council feedback, comments, and come back by the end of the year to publish a final report, including a way to quantify the impacts and benefits of each potential proposed MFD going forward. So we have about 10 slides, and with that, I will pass it to Catherine and Ariel to go through the slides.
Hi, thank you. My name is Catherine Goetz, and my colleague Ariel Shea is here. We're going to present on our findings and our draft report on the MFTE fiscal impacts analysis.
I would request that you step closer to the microphone. Thank
Sure,
you.
sorry
You
about
can
that.
move it too. You can pull it towards you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. And then to move forward. Okay, thank you. So we'll give a brief overview of the project and we'll share some information about MFTE in Kirkland. And then we'll talk through some of the impacts related to property taxes. And then Ariel will share some of the impacts related to affordable housing. And we have some discussion points to share, and then we're happy to take any questions. So a multifamily tax exemption program grants a property tax exemption to support the development of new multifamily housing. Like Kirkland, many ARCH member cities also have an MFTE program in place. So as Kevin described, we provided an analysis of the tax impacts and the value of affordable housing created through Kirkland's MFTE program. We reviewed data from ARCH and the King County Assessor's Office, and we also talked with staff in both of these departments. And then we estimated the shifted, foregone, and delayed taxes from MFTE properties. And then we compared the tax impact to the rent savings and the levy rate that would be needed to fund this amount of affordable housing. So some key conclusions, and we'll talk through these in the following slides. In 2025, approximately $277,000 in city property taxes and about $2.1 million in total property taxes were shifted to other taxpayers. MFTE helped support about 210 MFTE affordable units as of October 2025. And MFTE is less expensive to the median homeowner in Kirkland compared to other methods of delivering affordable housing. In particular, we found that the tax shift is less for the taxpayer compared to the amount needed for a hypothetical levy lid lift to fund this construction directly or to fund the amount of the rent subsidy. I'll note that building an MFTE project may or may not be cheaper per unit than other multifamily housing, but we're just noting that the tax shift compares favorably to the amount of a levy lid lift. So Kirkland's MFTE program, there are 14 properties that have been approved as of October 2025, and in these properties, there are over 2,000 units and 210 affordable units. Sorry. Close that. Sorry about that. 11 properties in 2025 have an active exemption, and approximately $626 million in assessed value was exempt from property taxes. And as shown in this graphic, the annual exempted value associated with MFTE has increased over time as more properties have participated in this program. And in 2025, the exempted value is about 1.3% of the city's total assessed value. So there are three elements to how MFTE impacts property taxes. One, exempted taxes. So this means that the property owner does not pay property tax on residential improvements during either the 8 or 12-year exemption period. The property owner still pays taxes on land and any non-residential improvements. And then there's a shifted tax impact. So during this period, tax obligations on these residential improvements that were previously incorporated into the total levy are no longer paid by the property owner. Instead, these tax obligations are shifted to other taxpayers in the taxing district. And then third, there are some foregone and delayed taxes. A taxing district may forego collection of property tax on new construction value until after the end of the exemption period. And this amount depends on the timing of the construction when the exemption is approved relative to the county assessor's timeline. And after the end of the exemption period, the taxing district receives delayed taxes on this new construction value, and it's valued at that point in time. So the way we look at this is the exempted taxes equals the shifted taxes plus any foregone taxes.
Catherine, do you mind pausing for a second?
Sure, yeah.
I see some,
Please.
I see some uncertainty.
I think the question that I asked in here is, so does it ever get replaced?
Oh, I'm sorry, let me go back.
So the shifted mean that in fact, the $15 got added to my tax bill for whatever, for the whole kit and caboodle for the 12 years. And then at 12 years, then you reinstate it. So does the $15 go away from my tax responsibility at that time?
It would. The taxes we would assume would be shifted back to the property owner who would now pay taxes on that property, on that residential improvement value.
So the shifting essentially is paying for that MFTE.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Okay. Yeah. Please let us know if we can pause at any point. So some more detail on the shifted taxes. In 2025, approximately $581,000 in city property taxes were exempted through MFTE, as shown on this chart here. And about 48% of exempted city taxes were shifted to other taxpayers in the city. So the property owner of a medium value home paid approximately $1,095 in property taxes just to the city. And of this, $6.90 was due to taxes shifted from MFTE properties. So the amount of shifted taxes is less than 1% of total city property taxes paid to the city. And then this graphic is showing what we're estimating to be the amount of foregone taxes and delayed city property taxes through 2032, which is the last year of the exemption period for the city's current projects. So the total foregone city taxes are estimated to be $3.43 million. In comparison, the total city taxes through 2033, so the first year after this exemption period, on new construction added back is projected to be $2.36 million, which is less than the foregone city taxes. But over time, the delayed taxes are expected to grow due to the 1% increase in the total levy, and it could actually surpass the foregone taxes. We've made assumptions about the value of deferred new construction and what that value will be in the future. So the actual amount of foregone and delayed taxes will depend on factors such as how assessed value is increasing over time, what the city's levy rate is, and whether the city approves any other new properties for MFTE. Before we move to...
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. On your previous slide, you kind of breezed through this, but as I think about it, if assessed value is increasing, and we said, okay, normally what you get is that value of new construction when it happened, but we're suddenly getting that new value 8 years later or 12 years later, do we get the increased assessed value as well? Because that's where the 69% doesn't make sense to me. It seems like there'd be some appreciation that we get the benefit from versus a set of foregone taxes here. And so I'm wondering if you could provide a little more information about that.
So if it would be the value at the time after 8 or 12 years. The county assessor tracks that value over time and what it is. And so in the year when the exemption ends, it's whatever that value is, which is likely, increasing over time. So it would be that value that would be added as new construction and taxed as such. We think what's happening here is this beyond, the period would really go beyond 2033 because this value would increase over time. We also don't have a lot of detail about the value of deferred new construction. It's not publicly available for our analysis, so we're making some assumption about what that actually is and how that might grow. It might grow differently than we're showing here.
perhaps this is something to discuss offline on this, but if I think about the value at the beginning of the tax exemption, which would only grow at 1% because our property tax is only allowed to grow at 1%, my view is assessed value is probably growing more than that. So I don't see where we're getting the loss. And so if there's maybe it's something we can talk about offline to see help me understand this between now and the final report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect.
You're not alone.
Yeah, and then would you share it with us?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, we can definitely provide more detail to clarify that. Yeah. Any other questions?
So I guess the net there is I'm questioning whether we're only getting, whether this is a tax deferral versus foregone taxes.
Okay, I'll turn it to Ariel. She'll talk a little bit about the affordable housing.
So MFTE also contributes to affordable housing in the city. We looked at this in two ways. On the left, we looked at the rent benefit, which was the annual savings to renters received through lower rents than would otherwise be available. And then we also looked at what the cost to the median taxpayer would be if the city had a levy lid lift to build the same number of affordable units. So first, for the annual rent benefit, we use data from Arch to determine the affordable and market rents. And the affordable rents that we used are the maximum allowable rents for a household at a given AMI level. And then the market average rents are based on the rent roll data that Arch got directly from reporting properties. And in the chart here, you'll see that black diamond, which is the market average, sometimes like for studios in one bedroom, it's overlapping with some of the affordable rents. And this is because, this follows a trend that is also observed more broadly in King County, where AMI has increased in recent years and not as fast as, and faster than the market rent. So that's why you'll notice that. We estimated that the annual rent received from the 210 affordable units was approximately $4.4 million. And at market, if those units were charged market rate rents, they could have made $6.4 million. And so from there, we calculated approximately $2 million in the annual rent benefit from these MFTE units. And we estimate that compared to foregone city taxes, the annual rent benefit is higher than the foregone city property taxes and about 90% of foregone taxes to all taxing districts. And then in this second way of looking at the value of affordable housing, we estimated that the cost to build 210 affordable units could range from around $53 million a year to around $53 million total to $73 million. And if that was spread over 30 years, we estimated that was about $2 million to $2.6 million a year. And we presented this as a range because we were using the available data that we could find about improvement valuation and construction costs. And so that lower end represents the estimate we got from using improvement valuation data from recently approved MFTE properties. And then the higher end is based on a Department of Commerce report about affordable housing construction in King County.
Councilmember Pascal?
So on the shifted taxes item there at the top, the $15 in shifted cost to a homeowner, so that you're saying that that's for all taxing districts, so that's not just the city?
Mm-hmm.
So it's only $15? Because I was thinking it was more like 120 or shift.
This is the results of our analysis, but we can certainly confirm that.
So if you kind of carved out what the shift would be of just the city portion, that would be 10% of that, like $1.50.
We estimate it to be about $6.90, I think, as mentioned earlier.
Okay, so but the city taxing portion is 12% of total property tax. But in this case, I guess the percentages aren't working out in my mind. It's 12 for every dollar property tax we pay, 12 cents goes to the city. In this case, you're saying that that's going to be a higher percentage under this. I guess I'm not following the math.
We can provide more detail on that. I'm not sure. We do provide that in our draft report. The way we approach this is looking at a resident or a property owner in Kirkland, what share they're contributing to, for example, Kirkland makes up a share of the total assessed value for the school district, for example, and how much of that is borne by a Kirkland property owner compared to the total taxing district for the schools or a fire district or another taxing district. We can provide more detail on that.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, on the tax shift to Councilmember Pascal's question, I think part of this is that the amount shifted is being spread out over a bigger jurisdiction. So the impact is lesser on the county and the school district because you're spreading it out, and that's why it's going from 6 to 15 versus the percentages you were talking about.
Thank you. All right, go ahead. Ariel, are you still up? Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so you covered the first row of that table. We estimated that, so based on the construction cost range, we estimated that the cost to the owner of a median value home of a levy-led lift to fund new construction of the same number of affordable units would range from $44 to $64 a year. And then we also estimated the levy-led lift to the median homeowner for the annual rent subsidy, and we estimated that was $48 a year. And those are higher burdens on the median homeowner than the shifted taxes.
Oh, Councilmember Falcone?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for this. I appreciate this slide in particular, and when I look at this slide and also look at the Exhibit 2 in your report as well, where we see, the 8-year and 12-year exemptions, and then, the length of time of units that are going to be affordable, and the vast majority, all but one, say lifetime affordability, right? So when I look at this table you have on the screen here, I think not only is it just $15 a year, but that's for a set period of time for 8 years or 12 years with lifetime of affordability, right? Compared to, say, a levy-lid lift for rent subsidy, which would be ongoing, $48 per the average household per year, but ongoing, and obviously inflation and other things, but I assume that for each of the costs of the median homeowner. So I think that looking at those two things together, I think is an even starker contrast between these different options. Thank you.
We just have one slide with some concluding thoughts or items for discussion. On the MFTE impacts, because of the way the budget-based property tax system in Washington, granting an exemption does not reduce a taxing district's total tax revenue. And the county assessor's practice of deferring the new construction value and then adding that at the end of the period could make up for foregone taxes. For example, if the deferred new construction is taxed at its current value after the exemption ends, the taxing city could receive more in delayed revenue than is lost in foregone revenue. About recommendations, The tax impacts are really dependent on the assessor's processes and timeline. So we don't have any recommendations around changing those or amending those, but rather around increasing transparency around the process and ensuring that taxing districts and taxpayers are aware of these impacts and can make informed decisions about MFTE and granting exemptions. And then some next steps from us, we will incorporate any comments from the city staff and the council into a final report and provide that in November. And we're also developing a tool for city staff to use so that they can evaluate the benefit and tax impacts of future potential MFTE projects. And we'll also provide that in November. And I think I'll turn it to Kevin.
I believe council wanted a little bit of a primer on the differences between the 8-year MFTE and the 12-year MFTE. So we described those requirements here. So for the 8 years, it's 10% of needs to be affordable housing set aside versus 20% for the 12-year program. And then the affordability requirements set aside units are a little bit different based on the two. So just providing a little background there. But I did have a couple of thoughts as I was sitting there on some of the questions. Number one, I think Deputy Mayor Arnold, I think you're spot on that the exemptions that from MFTE are applied to a much larger tax base that are shifted to a much larger property or AV base and in the other taxing districts, especially at the state. So it ends up being a much smaller impact to the individual taxpayer. So I think that's why it is taking up, the Kirkland rate is taking up a larger proportion than that 10%. We can kind of do the math on that and demonstrate that, but I think that logic is explaining that. And again, we can come back with some more details on where the loss is coming from, but back to the kind of foregone and delayed taxes, I wanted to just touch on one thing because I've thought about this a lot and I get it, I understand it, and then it falls in my brain, and then I learn it again, and it falls out of my brain. So it's obviously not super simple. But one of the parts of the lost taxes to the city is coming from the fact that if the MFTE were not happening at all, the improvements would be added as new construction and go into the base levy at the beginning of that MFTE timeline in this alternative scenario. And that amount would grow by 1% with the rest of the base levy over the 8 or 12 years after. So that increment, that 1% increment each year is a cumulative amount that we don't receive over the life of the MFTE. So yes, the value when we receive it back as new construction might be higher than, following that 1% up, but each year we'd get a little bit more over that 8 to 12 years. So that accounts for some of that loss. I don't know if that's all of that, but that is at least some of it and something that I had to kind of think through a lot during this process. So, but just wanted to add those 2 cents. So I'll hand it back to Madam Mayor for any other questions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Just one more comment on the next steps in developing a tool to evaluate the impacts for future. One of the pieces of feedback that we got during our comprehensive plan discussion is, does this tax exemption scale given the growth that we're talking about? So I want to make sure that if you've got any tool recommendations here, that it's not just about evaluating individual projects, which council has to approve each one of these MFTE exemptions, but also if there's some threshold that says the city should only have so many of these active at once. I note from your report there are 11 different properties. The furthest one out will expire in 2032. So, I think we have some room, but just wondering as we're thinking about in the future, is there a limit that we should have in mind? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sort of following that along that line, it would be interesting to look at what other cities are doing with MFTE.
I'm sorry,
They may have a magic formula that we haven't looked at yet.
Sorry, Maya.
Councilor?
I was raising my hand.
Okay, let me finish and then I'll call on you.
Sorry.
Thank you. So I made my point in that I'd like to look at other programs, see if there's ways to improve our program. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry,
No worries.
I didn't know if you were wrapping up the discussion, so that's
Was,
why,
so go ahead.
okay. So our MFTE is 8 years, is that correct? Are they all 8 years?
There's a 8 or 12-year option. Yeah, and these are the details, and I believe most of them in Kirkland are using the 12-year option, but it is up to the property owner to apply.
And is a longer length, is that standard for municipalities around King County, 8 and 12?
Without knowing the detail, I believe so. It's an option that is available to them to have an 8 or 12-year. The 12-year typically has affordability requirements. The 8-year may not. I'm not 100% sure. But I think most of them likely offer both, but they have this type of, these type of different criteria for the type of program.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Did I miss anybody else? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, since we had 2 little short breaks, instead of calling it, are you guys okay if we move ahead to item 9C, the draft 2026 state legislative agenda? I see no objection. All right, city manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So this is your first discussion of the draft 2026 legislative agenda brought to you by the Legislative Work Group. Tonight, we're checking in. First check-in, and we're not actually going to adopt anything today, but we're looking for feedback and any potential additions or changes. They'll be brought back in the future. Here to walk you through the draft agenda is our interim government affairs manager, Andrana Campbell. I know when she finishes, we welcome any comments from the legislative work group as well.
Nah.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. It is hard to believe we are already at this point of the year. Time flies. So I have a lot to cover in about 10 slides. A lot of info, so I've got my notes with me. You may see me referencing those as we go. So I'll begin, maybe. Oh, hey. There it goes. I'll begin with a session preview, and then we can go through a little reminder of how we develop the legislative agenda, talk about what the work group is proposing for the draft agenda, and then, as always, we can wrap up with a look at the timeline and next steps. I think it might be helpful, if possible, to save feedback until the end, but if there are questions, please interrupt me. Okay, so the 2026 legislative session begins January 12th. It is a short 60-day session, the second of the biennium, so we are anticipating the legislature is going to be focused on supplemental budgets and wrapping up unfinished business from the last session. Election Day is November 4th. There are 9 state legislative elections on the ballot, 2 of which are in the 48th. We're not anticipating any major shifts in the political climate with the result of those elections. November 18th, we're anticipating the next state economic and revenue forecast. The last forecast projected about a $900 million revenue deficit over the next 4 years, so we'll be watching closely on November 18th. There will be pre-filing of legislation, otherwise known as bills will be dropping. Love that term. And our state lobbyists and staff will be on standby to review those bills. Legislative committee days kick off the week of December 1st, and that will provide an early preview of committee priorities. Finally, Governor Ferguson is expected to release his budget no later than his supplemental budget no later than December 20th, and this will be his first budget proposal as governor. It will adjust for revenue changes, cost updates, new priorities, or emergencies identified since the last biennial budget. Okay, hopefully this is just a little review of how we develop the legislative agenda. Nothing new here, but each year the legislative work group leads the development of the city's legislative agenda on behalf of the full council. Staff maintains a running list of potential legislative issues throughout the year, gathering input from council members and staff. And then the work group, with support of our state lobbyists, refined that input into the draft before you tonight. I thought a little wayfinding sign might be nice. You are here, October 21, for a full council discussion on the draft priorities. This is it's a one-page document, front and back, of the legislative agenda, and it's made up of three components. You have the general principles, which is that top red rectangle. You've got the legislative priorities, including any budget requests, so that's kind of the middle and bottom half of the first page. And the back page, which we will talk more about, is further monitoring of other policy organizations. So I'm going to jump into each of these, and I want to point out that in the memo, I lay them out in track changes so you can see the differences between, but for the sake of visual appeal, I am not showing track changes on the screen tonight. Okay, our draft general principles. These reflect the city's values, policy direction as established through council-adopted resolutions and ordinances. They guide the work group's engagement and support for legislation that advances the city's adopted goals, plans, and initiatives. So the work group is proposing 2 updates to this year's general principles section. The first is to remove the specific reference to revisiting the 1% property tax cap. That adjustment gives the work group flexibility to evaluate a broader range of potential revenue options as proposals emerge in Olympia. Second is adding language in that second bullet to emphasize the importance of protecting funding for critical safety net programs that support community-based behavioral health and other essential human services. Okay, draft priorities. So we mentioned it is a short session. The state is facing some pretty significant budget tension. So the work group is proposing a pretty focused approach to the upcoming session. And so in other words, you're going to recognize 4 out of the 5 priorities before you tonight. There are some slight modifications to each that I will walk through. So last year, the work group was successful in advocating for extending the REIT 2 flexibility and the pooling of REIT 1 and 2 funds. Woo. This year, rather than focusing on a single tool such as REIT, the work group recommends pursuing broader flexibility and potential revenue options. This approach positions the work group to respond to whatever revenue proposals may emerge. So as the legislature, again, faces a significant transportation budget deficit, one proposal expected to resurface is the road usage charge, or RUC, a potential replacement for the declining gas tax. So last session, council supported this as it maintained the local revenue sharing option, and the work group recommends continuing if it maintains that revenue sharing option with local cities. But a new addition to this priority is the work group's recommendation to explore ways to improve safety around motorized bicycles. Advocating for consistent statewide policy changes can prevent a patchwork of local regulations and improve safety for all users. AWC is intending to lead on this, but the work group will stay close to the issue so that we can recommend any changes to the proposed legislation. Okay, the noise enforcement pilot. So a budget proviso over the last few sessions has enabled a pilot program in Kirkland around noise enforcement to develop technology to identify loud auto uses on local roads, such as street racing. The work group is not recommending any changes to this priority, but to be able to use the technology, legislation authorizing its use is needed. So House Bill 1403 was introduced last session, but died in the Senate Rules Committee. So this year, the bill will return and start on the House floor. Next up, we have our body search bill from last session as well, with a slight variation. So current state statute requires that individuals receive body searches from officers of the same gender, a law that is no longer aligned with best practices of allowing individuals to choose the gender of the officer conducting the search. So the change this year is that the work group's recommending removing the previous reference to aligning with national guidelines, as those may change under the current federal administration. Since this legislation was introduced last session, both the House version, HB 1604, and Senate version, SB 5490, will begin on the floors of their respective chambers. Last is a brand new priority. So the work group recognizes that rising utility rates have significant impacts on our community and our region. The Regional Utility Rate Summit, scheduled for November 14th, may identify issues requiring state-level action or policy adjustments. Staff and the work group plan to track this work closely and flag legislative actions for consideration by the full council. Just breezing through these. Okay, proposed capital budget requests. We have, the work group is proposing one in the 1st legislative district, one in the 45th legislative district, and 2 in the 48th legislative district. So in the 1st, the work group's recommending requesting funding to turf the infield at 132nd Square Park, as council expressed a desire at the last council meeting to move forward with continuing exploring turfing both infields of Crestwood's Field 4 and 132nd Square Field, Field number 1. So recognizing that 132nd Square Park is in the 45th LD, however, most of Kirkland National Little League's area is represented within the 1st. So the work group's recommending that it go as a proposal to the 1st LD. In the 45th, the work group recommends requesting funding to construct new trail connections in the Kingsgate neighborhood. In the 48th, the work group recommends requesting funding for facility improvements that would be in support of the Junior League Softball World Series and improvements to modernize and enhance operational capacity and safety at the Public Works Maintenance Center in alignment with the goal within the 2025-26 council work program. Okay, the last section of the draft legislative agenda is further monitoring of other policy organizations. Now, this list represents organizations that often support legislation in alignment with previous or current council goals, or legislation that may advance policies in the adopted plans outlined in the general principles. So while the work group's not recommending any additions or removals this year, there are a few updates I want to go over, beginning with the renaming of this section. You might recall last session we called it Policy Champion Ally Organizations. So we are recommending this change, along with a related footnote to clarify that inclusion on this list does not indicate endorsement of another organization's legislative agenda, but rather highlights where policy alignment may exist and where the work group may flag priorities for consideration by the full council. I see a hand.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. Question. Under other allies and issues, I swear last year I advocated successfully for adding the Kirkland Chamber of Commerce onto this list. Now, if my memory betrays me, I apologize, but I think we added it at some point, and now I don't see it on there.
I will need to go back and reference some council meetings.
But
sorry about that.
Well, I would advocate for putting it on there. And if there's, but we now have Jen Davis Hayes, our economic development manager, also attending the monthly meetings, and they do have some legislative issues that they're working on. So I'd like to add that, and I can make a motion if you like, or you don't need to go back on a search, but I can ask for that to be added, or I can make a motion.
Why don't we let her finish and then we'll do that.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
You did call out one edit of mine that did not make it into the packet, and that is under other allies and issues. We changed that, or the work group recommends changing that to other issue areas. That does not stop you from making your motion. Okay. But I want to point out there was just a reorganizing of organizations, but no adding or removing. So you now have regional and statewide. We recommend changing public safety to first response and other allies and issues to other issue areas. And a vote of the full council is needed to add or remove. So, would you like me to fully finish? I have one more slide.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Of course, got to end with a timeline and next steps, right? So here we are tonight, October 21st, having a full discussion of the draft priorities. Our intention is to incorporate the feedback we received tonight and come on the 18th with a resolution adopting the final agenda. Then we schedule our coffees with Kirkland's delegation members, usually end of November, early December, but with Thanksgiving late in November this year, it will probably be early December. January 12th, first day of the session, we have the Association of Washington City's City Action Days, January 21st, 22nd, and I will get interest from council members as to who would like to go as we get closer to that date. March 12th is sine die, or the last day of session. So, Madam Mayor, I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Andriana. Nice job.
Thank you.
I don't know what I'm going to do with all my free time this session, so
Don't say that.
very different. But I think the Ledge Work Group did a great job of this. Councilmember Black.
I didn't mean to cut you off if you were giving
I
compliments.
was turning to the Ledge Work Group chair to ask you, and I'll get back to you, Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
I appreciate Councilmember. First, I'll just say I appreciate Councilmember Tim Chisholm highlighting that. I think we might have a couple of additional ideas for organizations to add. So we can bring that all up together. And I think all we'd be looking for is direction to Andriana to include them in the next draft. And then we'll have a motion and second and a vote at the November meeting. Andriana, I think you did a great job. One thing I wanted to quickly, I just want to emphasize one thing. Short session, continuation of the biennium, forecasts of major shortfalls. We have, the legislative work group took seriously a focused legislative agenda this session. I would encourage us, I know folks are going to have ideas, and there was a ton of wonderful ideas that were shared with legislative work group in your one-on-ones that you had with our government affairs staff. I would just encourage us to try to stay as focused as we possibly can. And then the other thing, I would just remind us, it kind of related to that, this is not the last opportunity any of us have, or the city of Kirkland has, or the council has to advocate on bills as we see them drop. As you recall, we'll have residents of Kirkland who will highlight bills that have been introduced that they would like the legislative work group to take a close look at. We may hear from organizations, including some of the ones that are on the list. We may hear from legislators. You may get requests to testify on bills. And all of those are still in play, because what you'll do is you'll contact Andriana about your interest in that, or the fact that you've been asked to testify or what have you. And those are all things that the legislative work group can take up. So just because it's not on the legislative agenda that we adopt does not mean that there aren't matters of legislation in Olympia that we can't take a look at and take a look at supporting, just as a reminder. So, and I guess that feeds back to my encouragement that we keep the legislative work group, or the legislative agenda, focused. Otherwise, thank you, and Andriana, great job.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. I just asked that we add this, the Kirkland Chamber of Commerce onto this list for future draft, and then I can make a motion at a later time. Thank you.
That work?
I think we go ahead and make the motion now.
That's what I thought.
The motion directing staff to add the
Yeah,
chamber
go
to the
ahead.
list is how I'd frame it.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to add the Kirkland Chamber of Commerce to the list of, what's the new term?
Further monitoring of other policy organizations.
Okay.
We'll come up with an acronym.
Okay.
Ooh. All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Tim Chisholm, second by Councilmember Falcone, to add the chamber to the other policy of consideration. And Penny and I were laughing about how much time you guys probably spent wordsmithing this agenda, because we've been there. All right, anyone else? All right.
You have to have a motion.
Oh, that's right, thanks, guys. Well, I need the break. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor.
While we're talking about other policy organizations, we heard a presentation tonight from Cascadia College. They're not included in our legislative agenda. It sounded like they might have a capital request that we should support. I think I'd like to add them as another policy organization. We already support Lake Washington Tech.
All right, it's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Falcone, to add Cascadia College to our formerly ally organization. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Anyone else? All right, I have one. Despite council members Black's saying, let's keep it simple. I expected to see something on the agenda with legislation in response to federal immigration officer actions in Washington cities. And as we know, there's quite a bit of concern in our community of how to respond to federal actions, how to keep community members safe. We know the AG is putting forth a bill that's called the Immigrant Worker Protection Act. And when I look at the agenda, I don't see anywhere where we can fit Kirkland participating in any sort of legislation around immigration. So I have a proposed amendment that would add a new bullet under general principles, and it says, support state legislation that protects Washington state residents and businesses from loss of critical assistance programs or civil liberties due to federal actions. And I am not allowed to make a motion, so I'm looking for an ally. Council, so moved. It has been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Sweet, to add the Curtis Amendment supporting civil liberties due to federal actions. Any discussion?
Yes, discussion. I would support this amendment. I greatly support the direction this amendment is taking, and I would look to the city attorney to ensure that while supporting the direction we're going, we're not creating additional unnecessary documents or attracting attracting litigation.
Go ahead, city attorney.
I don't think this action will put the city any more at risk than other actions.
That it already is? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? The question is on the Curtis, Councilmember Black?
Sorry, a little late to formulate my question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The one thing I would note, and I'm sure a lot of intentionality went into how this was drafted, and although I think we absolutely, if we're going to head down this direction, then it's certainly the subject matter of this this policy point is to protect Washington state residents. But this is the Kirkland's legislative agenda. Is there a way to word this that it's protecting Washington state residents, but it's protecting Kirkland residents who are Washington state residents? I mean, I think that's where our focus would be. I don't think we would ignore something that, and I don't think, it's maybe only a failure of imagination on my part, something that only affects Spokane residents that wouldn't affect Washington state residents broadly. But I just think for the purpose of the legislative agenda for the city of Kirkland, I would like this to be focused on, well, I'm not sure I'm not formulating a very good idea here, so.
I think you could just say, you could add an amendment, say Washington State and Kirkland residents and businesses.
That protects Washington State and Kirkland residents and businesses.
Just a little bit, it covers both twice, but, I think it still calls it out.
Or I just heard Deputy Mayor say, just say protects residents and delete Washington State.
Or
our. I'm open to a friendly amendment, so.
You could delete Washington State and just say Kirkland residents and businesses.
Okay, we got.
Well, okay, so
You brought it up.
I brought it up.
Yep.
So having heard some ideas, the one I like and I'll put my weight behind is just saying dropping Washington State and just saying protects our residents and businesses.
Second.
Oh, all right.
So do I need to make? We have a motion on the floor. Yes.
It's been Deputy Mayor seconded. Okay. So Councilmember Black has made a motion, seconded by Deputy Mayor Arnold, to drop Washington State from the Curtis Amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amended amendment carries 7-0. Now the question is on the amended amendment, dropping Washington State, made by Falcone, second by Sweet. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Amendment carries, any opposed? Amendment carries 7-0. All right, I don't think we need to do any more motioning. Councilmember Falcone?
I don't think my comment needs a motion. I just want to acknowledge that with Lake Washington School District, with Lake Washington Institute of Technology, and with Cascadia College, we now have 3 educational institutions, so we may want to perhaps separate that into a different heading with 3 bullets, just to clean things up and make it easier for folks to read. I don't think that needs an amendment. That's just as kind of an organizational note, but thank you.
All right, any further input or discussion? All right, thanks you, Andrea.
Thank you so much for the feedback.
All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back at 9:45. After a brief break, and we are now moving on to 9D, which is a briefing on the state-required streamlined design review. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So as you mentioned, the reason we're checking in now is that we're required to make this change by the state. We're checking with the council today to get your feedback and bringing it back to a future council meeting for action. Here to give you your overview is our senior planner, Tony Levitt.
Great. Thank you very much.
So streamlined.
There we go. We're going to streamline this presentation here, yes. All right, thank you very much. So here's just a brief agenda for tonight's meeting. And then we'll go into each of the slides to talk about the implementation of House Bill 1293 and its impacts to Kirkland's design review process. So a little background again, House Bill 1293 became effective in July of 2023. The bill requires that the city apply only clear and objective regulations to the exterior design of new development. For a design review process, a clear and objective regulation must include one or more ascertainable guideline, standard, or criterion by which the applicant can determine whether a given building design is permissible under the development regulations and may not result in a reduction in density, height, building, or scale below the generally applicable development regulations for a development proposal in the applicable zone. Additionally, the bill requires that the design review process be conducted concurrently with the review for the project permit, and the process may not include more than one public meeting. Previously, we came to you with a briefing about this amendment process. Council and we talked to both the council and the Planning Commission. Both of the council and the Planning Commission expressed a preference to keep the DRB involved in the city's design review process. Following that, staff also convened a DRB subcommittee meeting with three current design review board members. The DRB members expressed their interest in continuing to be part of the city's review process, but wanted to ensure that their review would help to shape projects in a meaningful way. With a change to more prescriptive design regulations, especially with regard to building bulk and mass, there was concern from the board members that the review would be minor in nature and not impactful to the design of the project. As mentioned at the previous briefing, the city hired a consultant framework to help with the code revisions. As part of their work, they reached out to the development professionals who have done design review projects in Kirkland. The participants completed a survey and also took part in a focus group discussion. The key themes that participants mentioned included strong support for a predictable, clearly scoped design review process, including strong, focused discussions. Participants expressed a strong desire for guidelines that are clear, objective, and prescriptive, with focused scope on key design decisions for design review. And finally, the stakeholders identified several tools and improvements to make a possible single meeting model more effective, including staff consultations, strong staff facilitation, and standardized checklists. So again, we'll kind of go over the current process the city uses. The city has used this process since 1999. The process involves review by either the DRB as part of a public review process or by staff as part of an administrative design review process. The projects that require review by the DRB must comply with applicable design guidelines based on the property's design district designation. The guidelines are intended to be less prescriptive to allow the DRB a lot more flexibility in administering the requirements and to help shape an optimal design. Most projects that go through a DRB process usually have one conceptual design conference meeting and at least two design response conference meetings for approval. A CDC meeting typically involves an applicant presenting multiple building massing concepts to the DRB for discussion and receiving approval to move forward to the design response conference. The Design Response Conference is used to review the project for consistency with the applicable design guidelines and results in a decision on the project. The DRC project process involves public noticing to allow the public to comment on a proposal prior to the DRC meeting. Also, the DRC meeting is a public meeting that allows for testimony. ADR projects are required to comply with design regulations contained in Chapter 92 of the zoning code. The design regulations in Chapter 92 are more prescriptive than the design guidelines and are administered by city staff. This review is done prior to or as part of a building permit application. The city does not have any public noticing process for these ADR applications. So again, this is a map. This is our Kirkland zoning map showing all the design districts that we have in Kirkland. As you can see, we have a lot of them. Most of them are associated with our commercial and high-density residential areas within the city. The zoning code states that the DRB reviews projects for consistency with the applicable design guidelines. With some of the guidelines, the board is authorized to approve modifications subject to specific approval requirements. Examples include reduction in upper story setbacks, allowing buildings to cantilever over sidewalks, and allowances of residential lobbies in zones that prohibit ground floor residential uses. The board is also authorized to approve minor variations in development standards with certain design districts, within certain design districts described in 14237, provided the variation criteria are met. Development standards that can be varied include required yards, also known as setbacks, landscape buffers, and height. Throughout the zoning code, there are design-related regulations that, while typically reviewed administratively, are subject to DRB approval if the design review is required. These typically include regulations regarding overhead weather protection, landscaping, sidewalk design, and rooftop amenities. Finally, there are design-related regulations that can be modified through the DRB process, including ground floor retail depth and location requirements, through block connection designs, and also increased height in exchange for public spaces. Staff took a look at 13 design response applications that we have processed in the last 5 years. And here are some of the following requests that they had made. 2 applications requested a minor variation pursuant to 14237. 7 applications requested a DRB modification allowed by the Kirkland zoning code. And 10 applications included development regulations subject to DRB review. At the previous council briefing, there was interest in looking at how other cities have complied with House Bill 1293. We look at 2, City of Redmond and City of Edmonds. The City of Redmond had a similar design review process to Kirkland in that it involved the DRB review of major projects. In late 2024, Redmond adopted new regulations that changed the design review to a fully administrative review process conducted by city staff. Additionally, any requested modifications or variances are reviewed by staff. As a result of these changes, the City of Redmond DRB was eliminated. The City of Edmonds also amended its code to make changes to design review to a fully administrative process. Any development that proposes a departure from one or more design standards must be reviewed by an architectural design board and would be a quasi-judicial decision. In Edmonds, the ADB, as is known, is made up of 7 members appointed by the city's mayor and consisting of 5 design professionals working or living in Edmonds and 2 non-design professionals residents. When a project is reviewed by the ADP, a public hearing is required, and the code allows only 1 public hearing per project. The ADB evaluates projects based on whether the proposed design departure meets the intent of the design standards. As part of the review, Framework made a number of suggestions about the way to reform the existing design review process that were reviewed by city staff. The process shown on this slide is the one recommended by city staff as being compliant with House Bill 1293 while ensuring good design outcomes. The first piece is moving the bulk and scale regulations to Chapter 92, the design regulations. Again, House Bill 1293 states that a clear objective regulation may not result in reduction in density, height, bulk, or scale beyond the generally applicable development regulations for a proposal. As a result, the bulk and mass of a project must be established by the zoning code and not subject to the review by the DRB. Staff would review projects for compliance with these regulations. The second is to revise all other design regulations to ensure that they are clear and objective. This includes regulations that address pedestrian-oriented design, elements, sidewalk design, treatment of blank walls, landscaping, and building materials. Based on these requirements, Framework has recommended that the design review process be amended such that staff would conduct administrative review of all projects for compliance with Chapter 92. Staff agrees with this approach, but would like to ensure that there is a public noticing process to allow community members the ability to review and comment on a proposed project. Framework also recommends that an applicant can request minor modifications or variations through administrative review process subject to specific criteria. The elements that could be varied include, but not limited to, setbacks, floor plate maximums, tower separation in certain zones, landscape buffers, height increases in certain zones, articulation standards, and building details. The final recommendation is to have an alternative compliance process where an applicant may request more substantial modifications that would be reviewed by the DRB at a public hearing. This process is intended only for proposals that seek to alter a qualitative design principle, such as eliminating a required treatment or introducing a new design approach not contemplated by Chapter 92. The DRB would use the intent statements and criteria for modifications found in the revised Chapter 92 and the applicable design guidelines. This process would be quasi-judicial and limited to one meeting. The proposed process would limit the DRB's role only to reviewing projects seeking alternative compliance. Staff is concerned that the DRB would only be reviewing these projects, and the amount of DRB meetings needed would be significantly decreased. It could be difficult to keep the DRB engaged if they're only meeting a few times a year. The other option is for staff to review alternative compliance requests as part of the administrative design review process. So that leads me to the questions for you tonight. Based on the information presented, staff is looking for direction from the council on the following questions. Does the council agree with the staff's proposed design review process? This process would have staff undertaking an administrative review of all eligible projects and requests for minor modifications or variances. Second, for the alternative compliance process, which options does the council prefer? Review by the DRB or review by staff? And finally, are there any other questions or research topics that the council would like to be pursued as part of this project? Next steps include we will be taking this to the Planning Commission in November, the draft regulations, and then in December we'll be holding a public hearing before the Planning Commission, and then hopefully in January bringing this back for your consideration. With that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Council, I know you have lots of thoughts and questions. Who wants to go first? Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I think that the staff's proposed design review process, it works within the confines of the legislation. But I also am concerned with the current sort of level of trust in the community in terms of our processes around this and, you know, not just planning, but things in general. that we not have any DRB. At the same time, I wouldn't want to be on a DRB that didn't do anything, or that wasn't somehow connected to the work, the outcomes of the work. So I'm kind of stuck. Some of the feedback that we're getting is encouraging us not to move too dramatically into the legislation too fast. So I guess I'm sort of stuck between two processes. I think that ultimately the design of this, the Wallen legislation originally was to eliminate design review and to shift the way that Redmond did to the administrative process. That was the intention. I'm just not certain that that's the right route. And I would appreciate hearing from other folks about where they might be.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. And I concur with the concerns expressed by Councilmember Sweet and the Wallen original proposal on eliminating design review. Because what we've seen in Kirkland is a design review board of architectural professionals and passionate residents that have really made a difference with their contributions and feedback on development in Kirkland and maintaining high standards. That said, this is passed as state law, and so I do agree with the approach of saying that we should shift these to the required objective standards that are handled administratively. I look forward to that discussion when that comes before council, because what we're going to have to do is take all the things that design review did around context and how a mixed-use development fit into a neighborhood and make those standards objective, and that is going to require a lot of anticipation of what that neighborhood-specific context and transitions and things like that look like, whereas before the design review could apply some principles. That said, when you get to a point that says, okay, we're going to anticipate all those things and come up with standards, that might drive some alternative compliance because the standards are going to have to be strict. And so I do support the model of having an alternative compliance process that the DRB would do. I have a couple of questions on the DRB being the decider versus council being the decider, and would like to understand the trade-offs of that versus something more like a process 2B, where design review might be making a recommendation to council, and council's holding the quasi-judicial hearing. But we can talk about that. I think the overall framework of saying DRB is involved in alternate compliance works. Finally, other questions would come up, I guess, if this slides past January, understanding more about the interim process that's mentioned by staff. I think if we finish by January, we'll be okay, but if it takes the planning commission longer for the work, I'd want to see more about what this interim process is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I like the direction that we're going with respect to the DRB and alternative compliance. Tony, I have a question for you about the recommendation related to bulk and scale regulations being moved to Chapter 92. Without getting bogged down in the details, in our downtown district, for example, where we see new building redevelopment, so for example, like the Vela Apartments, that development was done in such a way that the first two floors are sort of pedestrian friendly, but also sort of pedestrian scale. And then, I guess you would just call it a step back at the third floor. Is that in our bulk and scale regulations, or is that in our design regulations for that district?
Actually, in those design districts, they're already in our zoning code. So they're already in the use zone charts. So most of those are, are standards that we've already incorporated as development standards within a particular zone. For example, CBD 1A and 1B have, you can go up a certain distance, and then you've got to step back usually it's the third floor. Those are already incorporated into those design districts.
Okay, and so I guess this kind of goes a little bit to what Deputy Mayor was saying. So as long as we have objective standards built into the zoning code in each of the districts, we have to be, we're going to have to be smart about how we do that, I suppose, but in order for it to meet state requirement. But the kind of, I think a lot of our residents really like what they see in new development downtown because of that pedestrian scale. And I just wanted to make sure I understood whether moving the bulk and scale regulations to Chapter 92 changed that. It sounds like the answer is no.
No.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Pascal?
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, I'm not super knowledgeable with the state legislation, but so it's requiring that cities get rid of DRBs in the review of design regulations? Or is that our proposal?
No, that's basically, so what the code, so what the legislation requires that you can, first, you know, the biggest thing is you can't reduce the bulk and scale of a project below what the underlying zoning already allows. And so by doing, so basically what that means is that we have to have those regulations incorporated into our code. That can't be something that the design guideline, the design review board saying, oh no, we want you to take out, you know, the chunks of the building here. We want you to step that. So that's something that's got to be clear and objective. The other piece, obviously, is the limit to one meeting. Like I mentioned previously, most of our design review proposals now that go through DRB take, you know, 3 to 4 meetings. And so those are probably the two biggest, the impacts of the legislation. It's not clear, it's not saying you have to get rid of your DRB, but it's
Okay, so the DRB could still act as a review body, but it has to be a one meeting review.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
And then so your proposal or staff's proposal is you don't believe that's a viable option because it'd be difficult to do a review in one meeting with the DRB?
I can jump in too, Tony, if that's okay. I think, the fundamental conundrum of the bill is the clear and objective design standards, right? So those are just basic zoning regulations, right, that establish things like setbacks and step backs and maximum height. So when you're dealing with prescriptive design regulations like that, what does the design review board do, right? Are they just going through in the same way that staff would and just checking off to make sure that the setback is this amount and the height is this amount? So I think that's the thing that we've really been struggling with through this process. If everything's just like a standard zoning regulation, what does the design review board do? And so that's why we carved out the alternative compliance process. But that's really the only way that we see a DRB being viable in a process like this.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful. Well, given that, then I guess I'm, you know, thinking consistently with some of my colleagues here. I do like the DRB is still out there as this alternative compliance. I think in that case, I'd like to rethink kind of who's on our DRB, because I do think it would make sense to be more consistent with what Edmonds has done, where you have design professionals, or you seek. I forget what our requirements are. Let's just put it that way. But I don't think everyone's a design professional on the DRB today, and I think that would be an important criteria if they're going to be going through this alternative compliance process and be used, you know, infrequently. That I'd want them to have background and education on that rather than someone with no background. I think that'd be much more difficult since they wouldn't be used as often. The biggest thing about the DRB for me is more just that public setting where the information goes out publicly. You can access it online. Someone can come to a meeting and see that discussion. I just don't want to lose that transparency. That's all, even through the administrative process. So, and I don't think you're proposing that, right? That transparency and that open process would still occur under the administrative design process?
They're administrative, yeah. We would still have we would do it similar to like what we do for like a process two-way application, where we send out for public noticing, and people are able to review the plans. They can come in and review them. More likely we'll post them online as well. They could review them there. They could submit comments.
Can they submit comments after you've made after the administrative review? Or is it before the administrative review is conducted?
It would be as part, we would get an application in, we'd review it for completeness, we'd notice it, and then we would do our review after the noticing has occurred. That's similar to what we do for like a short plat or a two-way zoning permit application, as we do that public noticing before we draft our staff report.
I guess I like the direction, just I think I'd like to continue to see the DRB for many of the reasons that have been mentioned, but in the alternative compliance, and then look at the makeup of the DRB. I'd be interested in looking at that closer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. I want to prevent the DRB from being prematurely disbanded here in Kirkland. I'd like to see the DRB operate within the new legislation for maybe a period of 12 months. Have it come back to maybe a joint session with the DRB. Ask them if they have found value in their work over the past 12 months. And if what they've done over the past 12 months and what their role has been, and then reevaluate. But once we disband this, it's very difficult or impossible to bring it back. And the DRB gave, over the years, a lot of good feedback to the Planning Commission, and we got a lot of valuable help from them. And so I may eventually get there to the point where we don't need a DRB, but I don't want to jump the gun, and I would like to see how the DRB operates with this new legislation for like 12 months maybe. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Similar to Councilmember Sweet, I kind of have mixed thoughts on this. I see the value in being as streamlined as possible. Obviously, just for efficiency, we want to, be as efficient as we can as a government, but we also want to be really transparent and make sure that we have opportunity for public engagement. And that's not an easy balance to strike. And I hear staff's concerns about not having a fully engaged DRB. So I'd be curious to know, I know some of this is still in development, but with the more like, stricter design type of check the box review, what that would look like and kind of what developers think of this. Like how often do they think that they might seek alternative compliance? How frequent do we anticipate? I know we don't have a crystal ball, but, and some of that may be in line with Councilmember Tim Chisholm's comments of, let's kind of see how it goes for a year, see, how often we need to convene the DRB, if that's the route that we choose to go. I think if I heard right, the Edmonds has 7 members of their committee and 5 are professionals and 2 are residents at large, correct? So it's kind of a mix of those. Just want to clarify that. So having kind of a mix of community members and professionals review that, is that more beneficial or more transparent than having staff? Is there a staff procedure with an alternative compliance that would still have more public engagement if we felt like the DRB wasn't convening enough to keep them engaged? I'd be interested in looking at like alternative ways of whether it be through DRB or through staff, with how we can really just achieve those goals of transparency and public engagement throughout the process, but also efficiency. That's obviously a lot of the intent behind this legislation. Also, just as far as next steps, you're asking for council input now on our preference, but I think I heard you say that this is coming before the Planning Commission, that they're going to be having a public hearing on this. So we're going to be getting recommendations from the Planning Commission. So am I understanding that correctly on what the next steps will be?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So it's a little bit of the chicken and the egg, right? Like I want to hear from the Planning Commission on this too. It looks like Adam might have something to say on that.
Sorry, there will be a Planning Commission recommendation that we will bring forward to all of you. The Planning Commission's focus is going to be on the the code amendments, right, the design regulations that will be applicable to projects. That's why we wanted to check in with you on the process.
Great, thank you. So I know I've given a lot of kind of mixed thoughts on this, but that's kind of where I'm at because I think it is. So I think I'm kind of in line, most in line with Councilmember Tim Chisholm with wanting to see how things go, maybe testing out a couple of different methods of this and not, since this is something that will be new to us, not setting ourselves, set in stone on what our process will be, but trying to figure out what will work best to balance all those different interests moving forward. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
That sounds fine to have the planning commission make those recommendations, but I don't support the planning commission making recommendations on what we do with the DRB, right? I mean, we're not gonna have one commission make recommendations on how we treat another commission, right? Is that right? That's a question.
Yeah. Adam, I think there's a little confusion on what the Planning Commission is going to be making recommendations on. My understanding is not this process, it's what the design guidelines in Chapter 92 are going to look like.
It's mostly that, yeah. There is a little bit of there's a little bit of process in the KMC, and there's a little bit of process in the KZC as well. So again, I think that's why we're checking in with the City Council tonight to get some direction on the process, so that we can bring that back to the Planning Commission and again have them focus on the zoning code amendments with the design regulations.
So, may I? So I'm echoing Councilmember Tim Chisholm. Why are we asking the Planning Commission about the DRB process?
Yeah, there is a lot in the KZC, in the zoning code, that relates to the process, right? So, again, there are two parts to this project: the zoning code amendments, right, to have clear and objective design standards, and then also the design review process. A lot of that is actually baked into the Kirkland zoning code as well, right? So we will be checking in with the Planning Commission on the process as well. There are, and Tony and John or anybody else can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there are some KMC sections that relate to the design review board as well, but a lot of it is actually in the zoning code. So I think if it were totally up, right, you could put these questions in front of the Planning Commission and they could provide guidance on both the process and the zoning code. But again, we're coming to check in with you because we're trying to get some guidance on the process. Does that make sense?
Okay, well, I'm not sure I fully understand the answer, but I would object to a commission making recommendations on how the DRB functions. Does that make sense? I mean, that should be a city council question, is all I'm saying. And I'm not sure if that's if I'm phrasing that correctly, or if these issues are so intertwined, but
So I think we hear the interest is the council doesn't want the Planning Commission to vote on something that would be a council process decision around the design review.
Correct.
So we just need some time, I think, to figure that out before we come back to you and see which is which.
Okay.
But I think we can split that in terms of what we put in front of the Planning Commission.
And since I can't see the KMC,
Right.
I don't know what it. Okay. Anyone else? I think what you've had fairly consistent feedback is the process looks good. There's a lot of unknowns in this. One of the things that I'm curious about, and I guess we'll learn over the next year, is what is the impact to the workload, both within staff, because we're going to have more ADR reviews, and are we going to end up with more projects that are quasi-judicial, and how does that impact what we do as a council? Because we can't discuss quasi-judicial projects with the community. So it's going to be interesting to see how this moves forward. So, thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to move on to 9E, which is the Northeast 85th Street Station Area Update.
Okay, so while we're waiting for to switch out, we're doing a first check-in on the Northeast 85th Street area update. This is something that's part of the city work program. And this is the first of probably many check-ins on this, but the first discussion is about the issue of whether or not to allow townhomes, particularly in the station area. So to give you this first check-in, we have our senior planner, Lindsay Levine, and also our economic development manager, Jen Davis Hayes, is here as well. And then the director and deputy director of the department, in case you have questions. Welcome, Lindsay.
Lindsay.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Lindsay Levine. I'm a senior planner in the Planning and Building Department, and I'm here to give an update on the station area. First, I want to just note that I'm primarily focusing on residential development, residential density in the station area. There will be other opportunities in the future to discuss other station area issues. So first, I'll give some background information, then a very quick economic development update. Then I'll discuss the existing regulations that we already have in the city for minimum density. Then I'll walk through some examples from other cities, and then finally options to achieve higher residential density and council discussion. For some context, the city has really worked hard to leverage the historic transit investment of the new interchange and a BRT station, which is under construction at 405 and 85th. The station area was upzoned to increase housing and commercial capacity in the station area, as the station area plan was adopted a couple of years ago. And a major reason why I'm here tonight is that a project that recently received permits, the Main Street Rose Hill Townhomes at the former Crescent Lighting site, is a much lower density than we anticipated, given the rezoning of the station area. It will consist of 89 townhomes with a total of 4,800 square feet that's suitable for commercial use along 85th. This project does not align with the goals of the station area plan, the comprehensive plan, and our housing targets. And this project spurred the council to add this item to the planning work program, which is exploring ways to achieve higher residential density in the station area. And I'd also like to point out that the station area is part of the greater downtown urban center, which is one of only 2 urban centers in Kirkland. And the comp plan supports the station area as an area where denser growth should be focused rather than in lower density areas. First, I'll give a quick update on economic development for additional context, as this item is part of the larger task to activate the station area. One piece is attracting development, and the other piece is making sure it's the kind of denser development that we want for this area. So since joining the city, the economic development manager has engaged property owners, brokers, investors, and developers on station area opportunities. And a roundtable with these groups is planned for November 13th. Economic development staff will also reach out to major hotel chains to consider building in the station area. The location will be even more desirable for large hotels if the city completes the partnership with the Kraken for the Iceplex. City also produced a marketing brochure with larger marketing efforts planned for 2026. And Jen Davis Hayes, the economic development manager, will be available at the end of his presentation for any questions. The city currently has minimum density regulations for residential uses in medium and high density residential zones, which are shown in light brown and dark brown, though the map just shows the station area and the areas immediately surrounding it. Trying to move my mouse a little bit to show like here. Oops. A little bit over here and a little bit over here is technically within the station area boundaries. So for these zones, the regulation in our zoning code states that residential uses shall develop at a minimum of 80% of the maximum density allowed. A brief example of these requirements for a specific parcel in a medium density zone that has a maximum density of 3 units with the requirement of redeveloping at 80% of the allowed units means they must develop at least 2 units on the parcel due to the city's rounding protocols. And as you can see, there are very few areas in the station area that are zoned as medium or high density zones. The majority are zoned as transit-oriented development, or TOD, in purple. And those are also areas where you can see the smaller regulating districts. So CMU, NMU, UF, for example, are in those purple TOD zones. And the TOD zones do not have minimum density requirements currently. The station area regulating plan shows the applicable areas of the form-based code, which are shaded in color on this map. Heights are shown in terms of maximum base and bonus heights. On the map, the first number is the maximum base height, and the second number is the maximum bonus height. Developers can qualify for the bonus height if they provide certain public benefits, such as affordable housing, parks, space for schools, and more. Many cities in the region have some form of minimum density requirements, and I met with staff from the cities of Bothell and Redmond to understand these a bit more. But first, Seattle has minimum floor area ratio, or FAR, requirements for all lots zoned as commercial in pedestrian designated zones in urban centers, urban villages, and station area overlay districts. A high minimum FAR encourages denser development by requiring developers to build up, and likely results in a higher number of residential units being provided on a given site. Next, Redmond has several forms of minimum density requirements. In the Overlake District, Redmond has minimum height requirements ranging from 35 to 45 feet, but it also has incentive FAR regulations where developers can build at a much greater FAR if certain public benefits are provided. Also, if a developer proposes less than 70% of the maximum allowed FAR, a future development plan is required to show how they could comply and allow more development in the future. In the Marymore Village District, Redmond has minimum FARs with similar incentive FAR regulations for providing public benefits. And finally, Bothell, as part of their comp plan update, decided to spread density throughout the residential zones instead of concentrating additional housing capacity solely in their high-density areas. Bothell rezoned their low-density residential zones to medium and set residential density mediums in all medium-density residential zones except their lowest density zone. As a result, 50 to 60% of the city is subject to minimum residential density requirements. So as you can see, there are many ways to achieve denser development in the station area through regulations. I'm going to present 6 options and associated challenges, and note that the council can choose to pursue one, a combination, or none. And note that I am just talking about proposals for the station area itself. So first, option A would require new residential development to meet a minimum density using the number of units as a metric. As I noted earlier, Kirkland already does this in medium and high density zones by requiring that residential uses develop at a minimum of 80% of the maximum density allowed. This could be a bit challenging as we currently do not establish maximum allowed density in the station area. The city could require a certain amount of units per acre, though these numbers could be a bit complex to determine. Option B would require new residential development to meet a minimum FAR. One potential challenge we were thinking about is that a developer could propose a building with a large FAR that doesn't necessarily have many units. Option C would require new residential development to meet a specific minimum height that is taller than typical townhomes or single-family homes. One potential issue is this could limit the design options for developers, and a developer could potentially propose a very tall building that doesn't necessarily have very many units. Option D would prohibit new townhomes and single-family homes in the station area. Developers would be able to build stacked duplexes, triplexes, etc., in addition to apartments, but would not be able to build units that are single vertical units. I'd like to note this is staff's preliminary recommendation, as it would prevent additional townhome developments in the station area, and we could achieve this quite quickly through zoning code amendments. The one issue with this option is that it could delay development until stacked units are economically feasible, and we know it's a tough time right now to build apartment buildings. Option E would prohibit new townhomes and single-family homes only on properties along 85th Street, which means that they could be developed in other parts of the station area. And that wouldn't translate into underutilization of the capacity of the area. Option F would prohibit new townhomes and single-family homes along 85th, just like in option E, with an addition of requiring ground floor commercial. And when drafting these options, we really tried to think of every possible scenario and wanted to present a range, and this option could help with commercial activation of the ground floor in 85th, but still leaves the rest of the station area underutilized. Also, one potential drawback is that it could be difficult to lease the commercial spaces quickly, leaving vacancies. So staff is looking on direction for next steps. We have a couple of questions here to help guide discussion and are happy to answer questions. Once we have the scope of potential code amendments, we will be able to better understand how we will engage the Planning Commission next. And just to note, if council ends up deciding on option D, which was prohibiting attached and detached dwelling units, it is pretty straightforward. We can draft code amendments and take it to Planning Commission for a hearing pretty quickly. However, if it's one of the other options or a combination, we might want to do some more analysis and might have another council touch before we bring the item to Planning Commission for hearing. And with that, I will turn it over to the mayor.
Thank you. Council. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question before we move to discussion. For option D, can you clarify, it says prohibit new townhomes and single-family homes, and then it mentions the challenges related to apartments. Can you speak to what the other types of, missing middle housing or other types of housing, would those be allowed or not allowed under option D? And I think you touched on it, but I just wanted to make sure I really understood that.
Of course. So yes, new townhomes, which are the vertical type that are attached, would not be allowed. But we could see some sort of stacked flats. So we could see, a 3-unit building with 1 unit on each floor. So we wouldn't be limiting it in that direction. Though, of course, I think we would prefer a higher density development in the station area.
But cottages and duplexes and triplexes that are attached just by the vertical walls would also be disallowed?
Correct. Those would be prohibited.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Lindsay, for the presentation. Of course, I think what I'm interested here is in a mix to make things complicated. There's, in the interest of the first area of direction of council is making sure that want to avoid the townhome development that happened that was just a missed opportunity. And so I think there's some version of D that we'd want to move quickly on. However, when I look at the neighborhood mixed use on the station area zoning map, there's a couple of areas where that might be appropriate. For example, could you go to the
Height.
the height map? So for the neighborhood mixed use, on the left side of the screen, this is from the post office to the Cross-Kirkland corridor. And then there's this other section between Lake Washington High School and the commercial mixed use. These are areas that have this kind of housing today that I'm maybe less concerned about. Saying that we would want to do that. But for 85th, beginning on 124th, on 120th, heading east, I do think that's something where we don't want the further townhome development. So I guess I'm looking for some more nuance on this. The other thing that I am interested in is you mentioned on this map that you have this base height that people are allowed by right, and then through the bonus structure that we had identified various public benefits that could go up. One of the things that I'm also interested in within the base height piece, having a minimum density there to be able to say, okay, if somebody's only doing the base height, we want to make sure we're getting some particular benefit. Because I think if they go above that base height, we're already getting the public benefit given the menu of choices that we've defined and just the fact that it's a taller building. So I guess I'm looking at some combination of A, D, and E. And then while I've got the floor, the other thing I would like to see is that the Pioneer provisions we have a expiration of the end of this year or some set of numbers whichever is later. I'm interested in extending the date deadline so that there's some certainty to be able to say, if you move in the next 3 to 5 years, that you are in the pioneer provision and not necessarily relying on beating some other developer to that particular count. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Arnold. I didn't exactly know where to go from D, because D makes perfectly good sense. It's a stop sign. It buys us some time. It does potentially prohibit anything from coming there for several years. But this is our only opportunity for this kind of density, so I'm willing to do that. But I like the concept of extending it a little further, particularly with option A. I'd be really interested to see how you'd incorporate option E into that. But willing to let you try.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. So my initial reaction to this is that I agree with the direction staff is going in as a temporary measure to prohibit kind of what we've seen at the Crescent Lighting site. That site had, I think, a 40-foot ceiling, maybe, and there's other sites that don't. But I'm as a long-term solution, I am very concerned about an all stick and no carrot approach, because the development community has asked us for a whole laundry list to evaluate a whole laundry list of things, like the affordable housing requirements, MFT credit length, flexible retail ground floor requirements, expanding the 85th Street station area zoning between 128th and 132nd, using the city of Kirkland versus King County AMI. And there's more on the list that they have articulated to us that they want to see in order to make multifamily housing materialize. And so if we implement something like D, my question would be, when does the development community start to get some carrots that would incentivize development of the kinds of housing we do want? Because the all stick and no carrot approach is, we're telling them we don't want what we don't want, but really we're not doing anything to move the needle on what we do want. And my concern would be we pass D and then another 5 or 10 years go by with nothing happening at the station area plan. And this is the one part of our town where I think our community and our residents generally agree that we want to see density here. Thank you.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Councilmember, a lot of what I've heard, but with Councilmember Tim Chisholm, and I really see this as like less a stick, but more a stop sign. I like Councilmember Sweet's analogy there of a stop sign while we're developing what the carrots are, right? Because, and I know you mentioned we're just discussing residential tonight, and we're going to be talking about other uses in retail and other things in the future, and I really think some of that does go hand in hand, obviously, where we want to see mixed-use development. And so I do think it's important for us to think about those and how those do go hand in hand. So I agree that I'm fine with the stop sign for now, but I think we need to have a more comprehensive, holistic discussion on the things that Councilmember Tim Chisholm mentioned to help incentivize discussion. That's a lot of what, we created the economic development manager position to help guide us in that. And so I'm looking forward to that discussion. So in my mind, this is just kind of a temporary to get, so we can hit pause or slow things down a little bit so that we can make sure that we don't have missed opportunities for what could potentially be really great and what the community really does want to see in the 85th station area. And with the stop sign, I also, had very similar thoughts to Deputy Mayor on a combination of A, D, and E. I think I had a little bit of a stronger or bigger stop sign than maybe he has with wanting to see a little bit more density requirements in that stop sign. But, essentially having some sort of, minimum density requirements specifically along 85th, and then with kind of a universal approach to D throughout the stationary is what I was kind of looking for as a hybrid with those different options there. Again, just to make sure we have time we don't have all the time in the world, but at the same time, we have heard a lot from both the community and from developers on ideas of how we can incentivize more development of what we want to see here, and I want to make sure that we explore some of those options and that we think outside the box a little bit, right, in partnership with our different departments and with our economic development expertise that we have on board now as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you. So first a question, then I'll offer my comments. So we do not require that new development have ground floor commercial when the property fronts 85th Street. Is that what I read? Because that's what option F basically says, that we would require ground floor commercial along 85th. So that makes me assume that that's not required in the current regulations. Is that true?
So currently, we have the form-based code, which is more concerned about the exterior and not regulating so much the actual final use of the interior.
Okay, so theoretically, it could be developed just as residential, and we could lose all the commercial along 85th.
I believe that's.
I mean, that's a
correct, Raul.
possibility, right?
If there's anything else to add, feel free to
Yeah,
jump
the only
in.
thing I would add to that, Councilmember Pascal, is that the design regulations in the station area plan create space that would be appropriate to use for commercial uses and could theoretically be awkward to use for residential uses. So I think it tries to push, under the framework of a form-based code, retail uses along the ground floor, but you're right, it doesn't absolutely require that to be a use.
Okay. Yeah, I think you all know that. I just want to make sure that, our commercial areas don't continue to get whittled away, so people have to go elsewhere for services in the future. So that's something I think about, and I just want to make sure we're always thinking about in all our commercial areas. So I'm going to emphasize some of what I've heard already. I just kind of say simply that I'm conflicted about it because I feel like we're kind of sending mixed messages to our development community and our housing partners. And we know that there's little development happening today, and we've heard that there's many reasons for that, and some of it is regulatory. And so, like some of the other comments, so instead of coming at this with incentivizing, we're coming at it with more regulations. And it just feels like the wrong direction in a way. I understand the logic behind some of this, but it for me, it sends a wrong message. And that's to the development community that, hey, I know nothing's happening there, but let's put some more regulations and maybe something will happen 5 some years from now. So I just don't like the message that this makes. So I just really want to have that discussion about how do we incentivize and how do we actually get things moving. And I guess I'm just overly anxious for that. And so it's really hard to talk about more regulations. So that's where I'm at. I know that, yeah. So can't wait to think about this more broadly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Black, do you want to weigh in?
Do I have to?
No, you don't. Okay.
So can I?
Yeah.
I want to make sure I respond because for us, we didn't emphasize enough maybe at the beginning as we should have, but the city work program says catalyze redevelopment of the 85th Street station area. So in the next 2 years, that's going to be a big focus of the council. So all of 2026, we're going to be talking about how do we catalyze, how do we incentivize. So I want, we know that's a part of our task, and is to get that vision of the mixed-use commercial retail district that you want. The main thing here was, I like the stop sign analogy as well. I was like, hey, make sure we don't lose any of these big parcels to townhomes in the meantime. So just want to make sure we hear you, and that is the goal, is to get to the catalyzation and the realization of the vision.
Thank you. That's what I was going to say. Because the only option that hadn't been mentioned was option C, and that was the one that I was interested in. So basically, we've told you we're interested in exploring all the options, but we want to hear from the development community, and we want to incentivize, but we want a stop sign. So my suggestion is that we explore the stop sign as a short term, and then come back and look at the other options and further deepen on the pros and cons. And I do want to echo, I appreciate Deputy Mayor's comment about the pioneer provision and extending that. So does that feel like you've got enough to move forward a bit? Okay.
I think so.
Okay, thank you. All right. Lindsay, did that answer all your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we didn't talk about catalyzing. I had 2 comments for the catalyzation. There's a marketing piece. Could you put a copy of it in our boxes so that we could see it? And I've mentioned this before, have you considered that perhaps naming the station area, something besides the station area, might help us with marketing?
That is one of our goals next year, is to do branding and marketing. So the marketing piece we have right now is created internally, and it's fine, but we're going to really next year do that branding and create marketing material that really speaks, I won't say better, but just a little more refined to the developer and investor community. So yes, coming soon.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have questions for? All right, thank you, Lindsay. We are now going to move on to our new item 9F, which is the Tourism Development Committee funding recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So a very quick presentation on this. Thank you for moving it off consent. We had a few errors in the memo, so I didn't want you to adopt on consent and not have the accurate amounts from the Tourism Development Committee. So I have a brief presentation to show you the changes, and then we're just looking for council approval. Since it wasn't part of the consent calendar, we do need a motion to approve the TDC recommendations when you're done.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. I appreciate you putting this on the agenda and not kicking into another meeting. I didn't expect my first meeting to be here to talk about errors I made on I'm sorry, it's late, on the Tourism Development Committee memo. But we did discover this, and we wanted to make sure we did make the corrections so that the TDC's true recommendations were followed through and we didn't have to come back at a later time. So in summary here, you have on your desks, the redlined version of the memo as well as the minutes. But in summary, these are the funding recommendations. There are 9 event applications. We're looking at downtown lighting this year and permanent lighting next year, improving our web platform that it ends up saving us money in the long term, and then continuing digital marketing. And all together, we're looking at using $223,500 from the lodging tax fund reserves. So the amendments, there was a missing 0 from several numbers on the table in the memo. And so it is $25,000, not $2,500. And the total funding recommendation is $110,000. So that does not change any numbers or how it adds up. It just was a typo. The error was in the 2026 downtown lighting recommendation from TDC was $120,000, not the $100,000. So that was corrected, which then increased the lodging tax reserve usage up $20,000 to $223,500, and therefore reducing the reserve balance, if this is approved, to $101,942. So this just shows, again, what's in the packet, but in red, the corrections. So again, just same numbers, just the $25,000 to clarify, $110,000 to clarify. And the 2026 allocation, again, $120,000, not $100,000. And again, the changes in the lodging tax reserve fund would then be reduced to $101,942. That is it.
Okay, don't go anywhere.
I'm standing.
May I have a motion to make these corrections?
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to accept the TDC's 2025-2026 tourism funding recommendations, including the 2026 grant awards.
Been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Sweet to approve the TDC committee funding recommendations. Any discussion? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since this was pulled off consent, I will just take the opportunity to make a very brief comment to just thank the members of the TDC, every member as well as staff that worked really hard on this. And in particular, Councilmember Sweet led us really well as our chair of the TDC. She led the discussion really well, came really well prepared with recommendations that really guided our discussion. I'm really proud of the new and continuing events that are happening in Kirkland. I think it speaks really well to the culture of our city and our values as a city that these event organizers, both ongoing and new, want to hold their events here in our city. I'm really proud of that, and I'm really excited to see these events in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions on the motion to approve the Tourism Development Committee funding as corrected? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are now moving on to council reports, and I'll start with Deputy Mayor.
No report, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
I'd just say that I'm really enjoying all the ribbon cuttings lately. Juanita Drive, the fire station, and looking forward to some more coming up.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
Nothing to report that Carly already hasn't.
Okay. Councilmember Black?
Okay, I do have one important item. The Regional Transit Committee met on Wednesday, October 15th. We received the annual performance report on the strategic plan, which is just an annual performance report. It was presented by the government relations staff from Metro. I'll just mention to audience members, there's a strategic plan performance dashboard now that's available on the Metro website. So search for Metro and strategic plan performance dashboard. It's got some really interesting data and on Metro performance. And there's also separately a ridership dashboard. So search for Metro and ridership dashboard, and you can check that out as well. And you can get really granular right down to a particular route, see the ridership. The important point here is during the performance report, Metro staff made the clearest statement to date that the Juanita Metroflex pilot program is deemed to be underperforming by Metro staff by their standards. No date for sunsetting the service has been set by Metro. That was noted, but it's noted that funding for making the pilot program permanent or continuing the pilot program is not included in the county's proposed 2026 budget, as presented by County Executive Braddock. The city of Kirkland continues to have multiple conversations with the county. That's at the council member level, the city manager level, and the transportation staff level, including recent conversations directly with the chair of the county's budget committee, who is Councilmember Rod Dembowski, whose district coincidentally includes the Juanita Metroflex service area. So that's a bit of lucky coincidence. The city manager and I have discussed having the city of Kirkland deliver a formal letter to Chair Dembowski stating again in writing that Kirkland expects to see Metroflex continue and that funding for the program should be reinstated in the county's budget. That letter would be based on the letter the city already sent to Metro's general manager, and it would be signed by the mayor. The city has received initial positive responses from Chair Dembowski on Kirkland's idea, so positive steps are already being taken. We would acknowledge that in our letter. With that, I think the city manager might have more on this, including sort of the very latest. So, city manager.
Thank you. So we're looking for just a motion to approve the ability of the mayor to sign a letter based on that previous letter tonight. I would just add that the one of the requests that we have is would we also be able to reach out to Kenmore and Bothell to see if they would also want to sign on to a letter like that, since they're also part of the Metroflex program in Juanita. So,
Madam Mayor, I'm looking for.
You need to make a motion.
Okay. So, Madam Mayor, I'd like to move to direct the city manager to prepare a letter for your signature as mayor, directing the county to reinstate funding for the Juanita Metroflex service in the county's budget for 2026.
It's been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Falcone, for us to write a letter in support of Metroflex to be signed by me. All those in favor, or any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's it for me. I guess one note for, again, for our folks listening at home. RTC did send a letter to Metro. I've mentioned it in previous reports, stating that East Side cities should be involved in the transit planning process for FIFA World Cup. That letter did get signed and sent.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
This is the last Kirkland City Council meeting before. No, there's one more. I'm going to keep talking about the Chamber Gala every single meeting until the Chamber Gala happens. It's November 8th, which is a Saturday night. It's in Bellevue, of course. And eventually it'll be in Kirkland, but tickets are $199. I don't believe the city will be purchasing a table this year, but I believe that individual tickets for individual members of council are able to be.
That's correct.
An expense, and let me know if you want to go. And in talking with the chamber, they're really hoping they can attract a large number of us this year, and they would like to disperse us one per table. Rather than having us all sit at one table, they'd love to have us dispersed throughout the event. Anybody else is interested, let me know. Thanks.
Thank you. So quickly, as you do your SCA appointment applications, please keep Andriana apprised so she knows they're in and we can do any advocating on your behalf. I received a request from port staff. Those of us who took the airport tour knew this was coming, but I received a request from port staff for me, the mayor, to send a letter to the commissioners in support of their sustainable airport master plan process. They've completed their FAA review, and the next step is environmental review, and it basically is just to put out into the public that Kirkland supports the port or the airport's master plan process. A letter is due at the end of October, so my question to council, is everybody okay if I have staff write a letter for me to sign? Sounds good. Okay, and ribbon cuttings have been really fun. One of the best parts about the job. And last week I participated in an Imagine Housing panel discussion with local mayors, and that was also very fun. City Manager.
Thank you. So very quickly, I know many of you get a lot of emails, so I just want to note you received 2 email updates from Julie Underwood, one about the 100th project reaching substantial completion, and also some exciting news about the scramble reaching a period where we actually activating the lights. So take a look at those emails, or you can ask Julie for more information on that. Then I also want to note you all received an invitation to the Rate Summit. And so one of the things that's going to be coming out, this is on November 14th. This is the Rate Summit. Councilmember Sweet is on the steering committee, along with myself, hosted by County Executive Braddock. There's been some question by folks about, is anyone allowed to come on the city councils, or only a certain amount? So we clarified that. So the invitation is for anyone who wants to attend. If individuals, Kirkland City Council members, want to attend more than 3, we would post it. But the invitation from the executive is not going to limit any particular number of council members from any city. So they're going to make it available to everybody. So if you're interested, talk to me, talk to Councilmember Sweet, and we'll make sure it gets noticed if more than 3 of you want to attend that meeting.
Talk to Jasmine. You said if you're interested, talk to you, but let Jasmine know.
Yes, yeah, I'll let Jasmine know, that's true. I bet if you wanted more information on the Rate Summit,
gotcha.
ask me. If you want to send your attendance, yes, talk to Jasmine, thank you. So that's all I have, unless there's any calendar updates from the council.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, then a reminder, we have a short executive session following this.
All right, we are now going to go to closed session to discuss collective bargaining matters. We expect to reconvene our meeting at 11:20?
20 minutes, yes, 20 minutes.
Okay, only for
Closed
the
session.
purpose of adjournment. Thanks, everybody.